Hello, hello. I just want to say we're about to begin, but we have a terrific, wonderful view of Riga in the fall. But this place is not the easiest to reach in the library, so we'll give another 5 minutes to people to get up here by elevator. I understand it's a bit of a problem to get up here. My name is Juris Kaja. I will be moderating this session, and I will encourage those of you who are physically present here, if you have any questions to any of the presenters, to either come up here or to ask for the microphone. This session will be live streamed to not only to Latvia, but to many other locations, so that if there are not very many of us here in the audience, if there's not, standing room only, it doesn't mean that the issues that are going to be discussed here are not of some rather great interest in the IT world, and not only in the IT world, especially as we're going to be talking about embedded systems and networks, things that affect our everyday lives. So I get the feeling that most people probably who are going to be here have come already. Or do we want to give another 5 minutes or so for people to come? Who got off the elevator last? Did you see any other people waiting? No. Okay, so I think we'll start with the first gentleman. Whose presentation, well, you put up the title of your presentation, we'll all see it. And as I said, questions will be welcome. Here we go, another elevator load of people has arrived. I was right, we're still holding a minute or two, so everybody can get in here. My name is Juris Kaja. I'm the moderator of this. I have a checkered past as an IT journalist for various Latvian media. And actually, a long time ago, I actually even wrote for a subsidiary of IDC, which I believe is your company.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we'll start. And with our first presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wiktor Markiewicz. I represent IDC Corporation. IDC stands for the International Data Corporation. It's a company that our responsibility is to make market research. We talk to vendors, we talk to buyers, and we're trying to understand what's going on the market, what's the market trends, opportunities. And as we'll be talking about the Internet of Things today, I would like to share with you our findings and give you some insights about IoT market. Show me the money. It's a provocative title because we believe that we are at the very beginning of the IoT journey, and it's gonna take some time before we will see huge opportunities on this market. We estimate that Internet of Things market, as we're talking about this year, 2016, for CE, Central and Eastern Europe, is $11 billion market. I'd just like to give you kind of to compare what is $11 billion market. It's big, it's small. I tell you that total IT market for Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, 3 countries combined, it's approximately $1 billion market. So when we are talking about the CE, Internet of Things, it's like 10 Baltic states total IT markets combined. It's for this year. However, the IoT market is growing. We have more people coming. Good morning. And in 10 years from now, 2020, it's going to be $24 million market. As you can see on the right-hand chart, Russia and Poland in the CE region represent almost 60% of the total opportunity. From 11 billion this year to $24 billion in the next 4 years, let's take a look at the total IT market in the region. The total IT market in Central and Eastern Europe will be growing by 4%. Will be growing by 4% year over year. Compound annual growth rate for the Internet of Things market, it's going to be 21.3%, double-digit growth rate from 11 up to 24. And I would like just to draw your attention on the total share of the IoT market in total IT market, which is going to grow from 19% to 35% in the next 4 years. So, as today we can say that 19% of the total spending on IT market is IoT investments. In the next 4 years, it's going to be 35. Of course, when we have market growing, booming in double digits, we will find always kind of the problems, kind of the inhibitors, barriers that somehow organizations are reluctant in terms of making new investments. IDC asked in October this month more than 1,000 decision makers in Europe, what do you think will hinder the deployment of Internet of Things solution at your organization in the next 2 years? And no wonder security concerns are reason number one. Mostly organizations refrain from making significant investments for the security reasons. Privacy and data protection. More and more data is gathered and should be securely stored. 2018, 2 years from now, the General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union countries will come into force, and this regulation have kind of the burden on the IT investment in IoT market. Lack of standardization. The IoT components, they have to work together. They have just to use the same data format, transmission protocol, operating systems. And this industry is in the infant stage, in the national stage, which means that it's still at the very beginning of our journey, and the industry is still fragmented. I would like just to touch on some security trends and challenges this year that we can see in Internet of Things market. Let's start with the rapid IoT development, which we called, it is kind of the horse behind cart strategy. Time to market becomes very important, and we have more and more devices connected to the network, that security issues sometimes are left behind. Security focus shifts from hardware and infrastructure itself more towards the applications and data protection. So it's more focused on protecting the data, more focused on protecting the applications than hardware itself. We have new devices. We estimate, IDC estimates that by 2020, we have 35 billion devices connected. There are different estimates. However, every day we have more and more endpoint devices that pose a significant threat for security of the network. These endpoint devices that are being added on an everyday basis to the network, they have a limited CPU power, limited storage capacity, limited broadband, which means that limited possibility to install antivirus software, and they cause a threat to the system. So when we are talking about weak points, vulnerability management of the total IoT system, we are not talking about what is potential, what is hypothetical. We are talking about evidences we have that already something went wrong. We have examples what happened already in the IoT world, and we have to be very cautious to make sure that our systems are protected. Let me give you some examples. Probably you heard about former Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, that his pacemaker had been disconnected because there was a real threat of the attack by hackers. Nuclear facilities. Siemens reported in 2010 that facilities in Iran were hacked. ATM machines. For 20 years, we have problems with the hackers attacking ATM machines. Cars. Probably you heard about examples. You heard about the cases that Toyota Prius car was hacked on a highway in Los Angeles. That hacker took control over steering and braking system of the car. So you see how dangerous it might be if the security is compromised and we can lose our control over a specific device. Train system in my country was a case 2 years ago. The teenager, 17-year-old teenager, hacked the tram system in the city of Łódź, Poland, and derailed the tramway. Retail system, utility control system, satellite networks. There are other examples that we really live in the world. I don't want to say in dangerous world, but we have just to be aware that some risks remain. Why securing IoT is such a big challenge? Many reasons. Let me give you just one example. IoT is an attractive target. Many devices, I would say, cheap devices like sensors, they're a very weak, vulnerable point for a hacker as an entry point to the network. From the organization point of view, we have just to keep in mind that we are not in a position to be 100% sure, and we have just to make sure that we have a priority list and understand what's which system is critical for our company, for our organization, that we cannot afford to forget about the security principles. Top priority: nuclear plants, water supply, power generation, transport system, medical devices, vehicles, airplanes, etc. It's top priority to make sure that we have solutions that can protect us from any kind of the problems we might have if security is compromised. IDC defines the security market in 4 different categories, and any numbers I will give you during this short presentation will be for the identity access management market, network security, security and vulnerability management, and other security products. And you can see the CE market. It says worldwide. I'm sorry, this is CE. Everything in this presentation is about Central and Eastern Europe. We estimate that more than half of the market, as far as the security is concerned, is about network and endpoint security. You can see the worldwide market is IoT security is expected to grow 16.5% compound annual growth rate every year for the next 4 years, and CE, our region, is expected to grow 20% and outperform the worldwide average growth rate. From almost $20 million this year, that is about hardware and software only, excluding services, security services. So we can estimate $200 million total value of the market. 20 millions. It's gonna grow up to 344 millions in the next 3 years. So the fast grow. Top drivers have more and more devices. It's as I said, 25 billions, 30 billions, different estimates. However, the proliferation of devices is advancing. Data protection, another top driver. We have just to protect our data. GDPR regulation, as I said before, data collection challenges, APIs, efficiency and productivity improvements, partnership, government initiatives. Government is very active as far as the promotion or deployment of the security systems is concerned. Some smart cities initiatives, smart cities projects, healthcare projects, or vehicles are under government control. If we want just to, I do not have numbers for the security as far as the some kind of the industry view by sector, by industry is concerned. However, we can observe, we can say there are 6 industries that are really leading the IoT security spending. It includes manufacturing, it includes transportation, it includes utilities and energy, government and public safety, retail, and consumer products. All these industries are leading as far as the IoT security solutions implementation is concerned. The best partnership wins the game. This is the kind of the nature of the IoT market, that you can't do everything by yourself. Even if you are a big corporation, big company, You have just to find a partner, and you have partner, partner, and partner. Only the best ecosystems are gonna win this game. You can do it everything by yourself. New collaborations are emerging, which means that you can find, years ago, you would say very exotic coalitions, like IT vendors with car manufacturers, IT vendors with the airplane manufacturers. We see different coalitions working together to set new standards, to find new protocols, architectures, just to make sure that the IoT business is secure and is growing. One of the trends we see on the IoT market, we see mergers and acquisitions on the rise. Every year we see more merger acquisitions in total of the US dollars value. There are the last year $14 billion and 39 related deals. This year I have statistics for the first 4 months of this year, and we are almost at the same level. You have a Microsoft, you have Sony, you have Cisco, Nokia, Intel, and others buying or merging with other companies just to increase IoT offering portfolio. You see telecom operators working very closely with the startups just to make sure that then they have, if they are under pressure as far as the profit is concerned, because the voice data services are flat, that they need another sources of the revenue, and IoT and the startups in the fields of the IoT are a good example and potential targets for the telecom operators. Let me summarize this presentation with some hints for the vendors and what is important from the buyer's perspective. We, as an IDC, we project that at least at this stage, the best opportunities will be for consultant firms and for a system integration. If the market is in the nascent stage, consulting is really important piece of information that potential buyers need. As I said before, you cannot do IoT by yourself. Work with our partners, work with the startup companies. You are not in position to cover wall-to-wall these IoT opportunities. Industry expertise. Try to focus on a particular industry, particular vertical. If you want just to start your business horizontally across different verticals, you might get in trouble. Different protocols, different supply chains, and this is why industrial focus is critical. Collaborate on standards, compete on performance. Again, you have just to partner, however, compete on performance. And you can summarize become the trusted advisor and create a security blueprint. From the buyer's perspective, if you are a buyer, if you're an organization that wants just to start your journey with the Internet of Things market, start small. As technology is developing so quickly, then whatever you deploy today, tomorrow might be at that obsolete technology. Start small. Apply, do not invent, which means that you have technology providers to take care of the technological side of your business. Just by doing everything by yourself, inventing by yourself, you might lose money, you might lose your time. And as I said, keep in mind that do not have a horse behind the cart. Whatever you're doing in this market, do not forget about the security. Security is important, and time to market at the end of the day, it's not so important if you have a problem, as I said before, that you really might have problems with the compromising your security. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer, and I'll be here for the rest of the day.
If anyone in the audience has a question. If not, well, I will take the short time remaining. I see the problem with IoT, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that here we are dealing with embedded devices, things that you could say are sort of fire and forget, meaning that once you set the system up, there's very little you can do to make major changes. Now, if that laptop were to show the horrifying letters PWNED, and some laughing face shows up, then we call the system administrator, we run an antivirus on it, and it's cleared up. If something has been done to the heating system and heating and cooling system of this building, and it decides to chill this place down to the level of Siberia or to heat it up to the level of the Borneo jungle, then we may have to tear apart some very expensive equipment in order to correct whatever it is that's gone wrong. So maybe you could elaborate. Am I right? Is that?
Yeah, it's correct. You can always say that because we use mostly for the reason that the manufacturers want just to go cheap, and all this kind of the devices we might install or we might have developed they have limited CPU processing power. They are not equipped with the antivirus software. They're always the weak point in the system. If you are a 17 years teenager in city of Lodz, and you can somehow get into the network and derail the tram, this is the kind of the possibility that we have just to be aware of and understand that we live in the world that security becomes more and more important.
How do IoT, in general, how do they work as compared to, I can get an update for a security system on my laptop, which is a Mac OS laptop, and there are dozens and dozens of solutions for Windows systems. How do they work? Is it as simple as installing one of the security systems, or is it more difficult to upgrade and to clean out
Actually,
any
a
problems?
lot of devices in the IoT world are not earmarked for the upgrades. That's the point. We have just to be aware of that. We are talking about the billions of devices. You can't secure each single device. So they have embedded security systems, and we can use our security solution, security infrastructure that we have. However, again, everything is about the risk management. We have to understand how we can manage, how we can assess the risk involved, and we understand that this area is more critical for our organization. It's more critical, I'm talking about the enterprises now. It's critical for running our business. It should be given top priority on our list. and we should solve this problem before any disaster happens.
Okay, but you're saying you have to come either here or I'll give you the mic.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lisa Azapeta. I'm working for Globotex, a Bitcoin exchange. I was going to ask and comment on one thing you mentioned, the tram system being derailed. Wouldn't that be largely due to legacy systems that these big companies use? Thank you.
It might be part of the legacy systems. It is. We have just to keep in mind that we are talking about the Internet of Things market. It was not born yesterday. It was. If we're talking about, for example, RFID, it was for the first time was implemented 20 years ago. So yes, we over the time we have been developing IoT market, and it's still growing, and all kind of the systems that we somehow from the past, there are vulnerable points, and we should take into consideration that we should also not only protect what is going to be implemented in the future, but everything what we have in our legacy systems also is a weak point, and we should take care of it.
Well, okay, but basically you're saying there is nothing equivalent to Kaspersky software that can be distributed to thousands of Priuses to keep them from turning into zombies next week.
This is what I wanted to say. I just don't want just to be somehow that I'm talking about how dangerous this word. However, we need just to keep in mind there is no wall-to-wall security solution for Internet of Things market.
Okay.
This is why I'm just
any more questions? Otherwise, we were a little delayed because of this problem of, I guess, some of you experienced getting up here. It's pretty difficult to get the elevator to come up here without somebody who has the special thing for it. So, any more questions from anybody? I see journalists in the audience. What's the matter with you? You should be asking questions. Okay, so I think then we will move on. Thank you very much, Wiktor. And as I said, Wiktor will be here and during the breaks to anybody else wants to talk to him one-to-one. And the next people are so the next speakers are welcome to come up and my iPad shut itself off, so I cannot find your names.
Okay. Whoa, nice.
Anyway, this is Elsa Kedar, who will talk about understanding and protecting data in the era of cloud computing. That's a buzzword everybody's heard. If you had a euro every time you heard cloud computing, we'd all be billionaires.
Yeah. Can we start? Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Beautiful scenery, by the way. Hope that you can focus on me. My name is Asa Kedar. I'm representing Microsoft security team here in the EMEA region. And what I would like to speak with you today is a little bit about the challenges that organizations are facing with adopting the cloud, some of the questions that they're asking, and how you can basically regain control about your data. And this is the topic of today's lecture. I thought about doing some TED lecture about how life are beautiful, but then I've said that data is probably more appropriate. So let's speak a little bit about what is driving the change. And the fact is that today work is not where we are. People want to be mobile, people want to have access from everywhere. You are now sitting here, but you're probably receiving emails and you want to access your data. And work is not where you are, work is what you do. And cloud definitely enables you to do so, because it allows you to have applications always on. It allows you to access from different devices. and it's definitely something that is an enabler for you in an organization and for your business. But with that come some challenges. So you probably heard it in the past that the days have changed, and the days where you had to have our own perimeter and everything was in our control, in our own defending boundaries, is no longer the case, because people would like to come and bring their own devices. So you had to bring your own device revolution, and then you need to put some device management, application management, and your data was traveling from your own premise to the devices that your users, whether under your control or the devices that they brought. Now, today's world, the data is going outside of our boundaries. It's going out to the cloud. People are putting it in folders that they know that they share this data, or even unknowingly sharing this data. And this hybrid world is much more challenging. This hybrid world is much more difficult to protect. And going back to your presentation, the main reason why organizations are basically having challenge to adopt the cloud is security. And 73% of enterprise said that security is the main drawback from them of adopting the cloud. But the fact is that your employees are not waiting for you. They're already there. Over 80% of your employees said that they are using approved or non-approved applications. And when they're doing that, they're putting your data out in the cloud. And basically, they can use Dropbox. They can share files today, not even with emails, with other applications, and you don't even know about it. So it's not a matter of if I will go to the cloud, it's just a matter of when I will go to the cloud and how will I do it. And Microsoft understood this challenge and came up with a suite of products named Microsoft Enterprise and Mobility Plus Security Suite. And this product line basically covers the entire security concerns, from the identity and access management with Azure AD in the cloud, to user behavior analysis with advanced threat analytics that we have, credential theft prevention, mobile device management, cloud app security, what is happening, what kind of applications my users are using, how can I control access to those applications, approved application, non-approved application. And the final piece, and the new addition, and I'm excited to speak about today, is the Azure Information Protection. As I said, my role in Microsoft is security products, and I came from an acquisition that Microsoft has made in a security startup named Secure Island. And we were focusing about the data, because at the end of the day, when we're speaking about the challenge in the cloud, it comes out to the identity, your users, and your data. And this is one of the investments that Microsoft has made in the security area. Microsoft last year had invested over $1 billion just by acquisition of security startups to deal with the challenges that organizations are dealing. And why did I choose to speak about data today? Two facts. At the end of the day, as soon as a document is created, whether it's generated from any application, whether it's a user generating it on your laptop, this document is exposed. It's exposed to numerous threats. We all know them, whether it's internal threats, whether it's your partners, whether it's an attack. And ultimately, attacks in organization will go after your data. They can try to do it in numerous ways. They can try to brute force. They can try to do credential theft, to attack your users. At the end of the day, ultimately, they will try to fetch your data. And this is exactly what I'm seeing when I'm speaking to chief information security officers. There's a new challenge. Everything was in our premise. We knew how to deal with it. Now it's a new challenge. We don't know what information we have. We don't know who is using this information. We don't know where this information is going. Now, I'm using multiple cloud services. Where my data is, who is sharing my customer data outside with some external people. These are very, very big challenges. Now, organization usually has some taxonomy of what we call the classification, basically saying, okay, I have internal files, I have internal data, I have confidential data, I have secret data, I have top secret data. I'm not sure how many of you in the organization have such taxonomy in the organization. Raise your hands. Some. How many of you think that the organization user really knows how to use this and identify this data? None. Okay, you're not unique. Yeah, I see this from the cloud. You're not unique. You're unique as a person, but you're not unique in the situation, because this is a great challenge, and this is a great challenge for the Chief Information Security Officers. And understanding your data, this is a key and the cornerstone for any security program that you will have in your organization. Okay? Without that, it will be much more difficult to have protection measures in place. And the Azure Information Protection Solution basically comes to assist you with that with simple, what we call the CLP process, Data Lifecycle Classification Protection. And it's a holistic solution that, based on the classification, I will show you how, together with other Microsoft products, and not only Microsoft products, you can regain the control. So we start with classifying. We start with understanding what data we have, whether it's at the moment the data is created as much as possible, because we don't want some other users to be able to, or attackers to be able to fetch this data before it's been accurately identified. And once this data is accurately classified, we want to attach a label to this data that will be persistent, and I will show you exactly how we do that. We want to create a user engagement to onboard our users to the exact challenge that I've just described. How do I enable my user to understand what type of data I have? This is a big challenge. Now, I'm opening now a data. Let's say I'm a bank, and there is some credit card numbers in there. There are some users' information, my customers' information inside. Now, I'm a user, I'm scratching my head, I'm going back maybe to the kitchen, looking at the policy. Don't think that that will work. If I'm able to bring that to the user and put that in front of him and engage with that user, I think that you will have much more onboarding and understanding of your user, of your own specific taxonomy. Once we have this persistent label and we are able to tag this file as secret, as confidential, we then can apply smart protection to this file. And the protection can be in numerous ways, as I will show you. Now, let's speak a little bit about a story of a file. You know, we're not talking about structured data. We're not talking about databases or data that is static. A file, an email, has a life of its own. You create it, then you probably open it on your PC, you share it with someone, you share it on your internal repository, someone opens it on a mobile, maybe then you post it to another cloud service, and it's a great challenge to catch this file, to understand where this file is. And if you have an accurate classification and you have an accurate label that follows this file everywhere, it's much easier for you to regain control and to have better protection measures. And we believe that persistent labels provide you a unified language throughout your entire security applications. Now, what you see here in the screen are the different holistic solutions from Microsoft that with a single classification label, you can regain control with different security products that Microsoft have. So I will start with Azure Information Protection. I will classify the file accurately. Then maybe with Windows 10 Information Protection, I can set different policies about what is private, what is corporate information. Then if I will collaborate it through Exchange Online or SharePoint Online, I can apply DLP rules to that file. And if I'll now send it over to a mobile device, we have Intune mobile device management. And last but not least, this can be outside of Microsoft premise. It can go out to any cloud services. So we have the cloud app security that can scan and look for specific files that are secret and shared externally. Maybe this is something that you would like to block. So again, once you have an understanding of your data, you can set up your protection measures. Now, I would like to speak a little bit about how that really works at the end of the day. You know, there's a nice process, but how can we, with Azure Information Protection, how can your workers, how can your IT environment really make it happen? So we start with some automatic set of rules. Every organization is different. Every organization has its own toxic data, has its own crown jewels, and you can set automatic rules based on keywords, based on different parameters, saying if you see these specific keywords inside a file, then automatically do the classification for you. This is a great step in understanding your data because you don't need to educate the users. Now, sometimes you want to interact with the user, so you can suggest a recommendation. You have the knowledge, you have the understanding that your user may not. And again, enabling your user, onboard your user to your project, to your classification project, and allows them to interact so you can set some recommendation to the users. Reclassification. Not everything is static. I have Q4 results. They are top secrets, and the day after, they're public. I need to allow the users and allow the mechanism to reclassify files that were very, very secret on the day, one day, and the day after, they're public aware. And last but not least is the user set. The user can do manually classification and manually labeling whatever he knows, okay? You don't have the entire knowledge. IT officers don't know what the business all the time. Large organization, this is very difficult. So take the wisdom of your users and onboard them to be able to classify. Now, once we have classified the data, we then want to apply persistent labeling so that other products, as I showed you, will be able to apply the relevant set of protection. And these labels are placed within the file, go wherever the file goes, and this allows you to have reasoning over your data. It's not only security. Maybe you have archiving systems. Maybe you have audit systems. This allows you to have much better understanding over your data right now, and you can then audit it, you can monitor it, and if needed, to apply protection. And what type of protection would you like to put? There are numerous protections. You already invested in DLP, so why don't let the DLP stop those files? That's good. You have this amount of data. You don't need to protect all of it. Maybe this amount of data is relevant for you. This amount of data is confidential and secret. Maybe this amount of data is top secret. And maybe for the top secret data, you want to apply some much more granular and much more strong security measures such as encryption. We have in Microsoft what we call Microsoft Azure RMS, Rights Management Services, where you can apply your protection into the file itself, and rather than chasing after these files at the access points and the boundaries where we don't have any boundaries anymore, focus on the data itself. Apply the protection to the data itself. Encrypt this file. Wherever this file goes, it is protected. Now, if you remember those circles, the on-premise, the bring your own device, and the hybrid data, now you can extend your security beyond your premise. Because the file is not only encrypted, you can also set usage rights to what people will be able to do with the file. So maybe I have a merge and acquisition, very secret project, so the management should have full control. Maybe finance should have, could not copy and could not print. And I definitely need to share this file externally with attorneys, with some other folks that are outside of my company. I can send this file in a secure manner. And I can also set what this external person will be able to do with this file. Maybe he will be able to view it. Maybe he won't be able to forward it. Those kinds of things allow you to regain control, focus on the data, and have a much better security posture. Now, it's not only that you protect your data, you want to monitor it. You want to monitor the use of the data, who is opening my document, where it is being opened, who is using this information. So you can control the use, and you can also block the abuse. The file that I've just sent and shared externally, I can now revoke access to someone. I can see that someone has tried to open this file, but he was not allowed to do so. With a single click, your users, or you as a manager of the system, can revoke access to any file, even if it's outside your premise. Even if I have my file already in my USB thumb drive, or even if I have my file already in a computer, I can simply revoke access, and this specific person will not be able to use this file anymore. So again, regain control, focus on your data, and forget about the boundaries. The data is a critical piece. So just to summarize, because I see that I want to give some 5 minutes for questions, why Azure Information Protection? Why Microsoft Information Protection as a whole? Because it's not anymore about the access points. It's not anymore about trying to prevent the data from going outside, because it is happening. It's about knowing your data. It's about onboarding your users and enable them to continue to work the way they are working, but with a simple user interface to be part of this protection journey. It's about having a persistent protection that follow your files everywhere, and it's about regaining the control, whether to understand where your data is, who is using it, and who can do what with this specific data. So with that, I'm open for questions. Before questions, one last thing that I've just been asked to add. For anyone who wants to learn a little bit more, we have a virtual security summit for the CE region, Microsoft, and a 2 hours session. It's on November 29th. And I think it's good for anyone who wants to get some practical advices on how to move to the cloud, how to move it in a secure way, to learn from some best practices from experts in the field. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? This is sort of like a Latvian press conference, you know. Ah, excellent. Yes. Come and get the mic. I'll give you the mic.
Thank you. My name is Eva. And I was listening to all your story, and I was thinking in parallel, how can I solve some problems or some issues in a company that I work. Don't you think that this would be a challenge to understand which person can be probably responsible for this classification part? I mean, if we, at this moment, we have some amount of information that we know, we do the analyze work, we do the classification work, we put the labels and say to our workers how to work with different labels. But when it comes to new information, for example, some correspondency that comes to company, or some new types of information that we are starting to produce, how can we decide which person or group of persons would be the best to classify this information and to classify it at the same, with having in mind the same policies that we used before?
Yeah, excellent question. Excellent question. So I'll start with that security is always a process. It's never a product, right? It's evolving all the time. There are new challenges and there are new consideration all the time. So it's an ongoing process. The first thing that needs to be done, regardless to the product, is to have a classification taxonomy, to understand what type of data I have in terms of, if I'm a bank, so it's my customer data, it's a PCI data, maybe it's a PII data. For manufacturer, maybe it's the intellectual property that is the most important for him. Every organization is different. So once you have this classification taxonomy, when you start using a new data, first, if you know that there is a new project, merger and acquisition, or a new very sophisticated and hush-hush project, you definitely know that this needs to be classified as such. You can educate your users to do that, or you can find your own keywords. Maybe it's a keywords, and later on, when the product will evolve, you will also be able to do that based on the user groups and the user sets, so to add some context to the content itself. So then you will have additional layer that will assist you to classify this better. But as I said, it's an ongoing process. It's not something that you do it once and it's always good. But when you onboard your users, when you train them, when a user is taking a high-level confidential document and it reduces it to a lower level of confidentiality, and a pop-up is appearing to this user, suddenly you think twice. Maybe he didn't want to do it intentionally, right? So those interactions with the users allow them to rethink about what they're doing and allow them to have much better training and understanding about your classification taxonomy for old data and for new created data that have just been created. Any other questions?
Well, I have one. It's a force of habit from being a journalist. Okay. This seems to work fine if you have control over the information in your own organization and you can classify people. Obviously, whatever your chief rocket scientist writes is going to have a different security level than what, when the person who takes care of the building writes and wants to order more soap to wash the floors, right, obviously. But what about incoming mail? What if you have a secret project that you want to acquire company XYZ, and that is very well classified and you have a number of scenarios for doing it, and those are secret. But company XYZ comes up with its own idea while the CEO is in Jamaica and he's using Ganja Charlie's Wi-Fi service to send you an open email saying, hey, I want to spend the rest of my life on the beach here, with Ganja Charlie. How about making me an offer? How do you classify that? How do you classify incoming information from other sources to keep that from getting out,
So first of all, the question is what you want to protect and what is confidential information for your organization. If it was originated outside of your organization, so on their premise, when they originated it, it may be unclassified. When it's coming back to you, you can set the policies and you can reply back in terms of whether it's encrypted or not. And if it's a merger of acquisition, you can set, obviously, outside of the technology, you will set a level of confidentiality between you and the partners. But definitely, once you get the data at your own on your own hands, then you can apply the classification and the protection. And if this partner wants to work, you may say, this is a level of privacy and protection that I expect you to work with.
Okay, that would be the email back to him. But that email could also be classified now that it's on your server and it says, I have a wonderful idea that I got, after spending the night with Ganja Charlie, that I'm going to sell everything that I, And that would be classified and that would go into the secret file.
Everything that comes to you
incoming,
and falling under your classification taxonomy that should be classified, should be protected, will be.
Okay, yeah.
How do you deal that with external partners? It's a matter of conversation with this partner. It's a matter of having the same level of understanding of what should be treated as secret and how you should treat it. And you can definitely send him an encrypted file that was encrypted in your system, and it's just a matter of him for doing some one-time registration to the Azure RMS information, and he can open this document and he can be part of your joint effort to protect the joint data.
You talked about other cloud systems. Is the way you classify files, can they also sort of say when, or in a sense, they're labeled I shouldn't be here. If I'm a secret file, and now I'm heading into Chief Charlie's server, I shouldn't be here, so I will not go there.
So I'll answer it two ways. Whatever is encrypted, it can be everywhere. If you don't have the authorization to open it, you won't be able to open it. If you love someone, let them go, right? So if a file is encrypted and you don't have the access, it can be on your thumb drive, it can be on other cloud services. Nothing will happen to it.
If it's encrypted, it's okay then.
If it's encrypted, it's okay. The other part of my answer will be, if it's classified and not encrypted, we have the cloud up security solution that can go and scan other cloud services as well. And then you can go and search for secret files that are shared externally, look for those keywords, and you see, 100 files. You can do several actions. From your own cloud up security service, you can simply remove the collaborators of those files, so nobody will be able to access them. You may want to apply encryption. You may want to send email to the person who did it unintentionally, telling him that he should change the way that he's done that.
So you could take it down from Chief Charlie's server.
Exactly.
If you wanted to.
You can leave it secured, or you can take it down from the collaborating from there.
All right. Any other questions? Nobody. All right. You all could be Latvian journalists. All right. I think. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We can move along to the next presentation.
Yeah.
You can give us a little concert afterwards. Huh? This gentleman is a musician as well. Andres Krus from Microsoft again, yes?
Microsoft Touchpad. Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you.
A little bit taller, so. Okay, cool. Hi everyone, my name is Anders Krus. I'm with the VMware and I'm a networking NSX specialist. And this is really an awesome place. I'm not sure how much that is visible in the online streaming version, but we are on the penthouse, the top floor of the National Library in Riga. So I've actually decided that I will start with a selfie, so you can look a little bit happy and a little bit, okay, it's fantastic. Okay. Anyway, software-defined networking is not that easy to explain what it is, since it a little bit depends on who you are and who is asking. But from our perspective, we do SDN by overlay, which means that we are building software networks for a software virtualized environment. There are other big companies also doing what they see and call SDN, and which is fine, but SDN is also taking place in the physical network. And just note that those are not two competing approaches, so we can easily run our SDN solution on top of any SDN-defined networking. So we are not trying to virtualize hardware using 11.floor protocol or separate the controller from the hardware. We are purely making networking within the hypervisor environment. So when VMs, virtual machines, are talking to each other, instead of using the network and leaving the network responsible for all the functionality that VMs may need, we provide that right away in the software. We have a product for this, it's called NSX, and NSX is adding networking components into a virtualized environment. So we bring everything that you normally find in the physical network, such as switching, routing, firewalling, and load balancing, and also going in and out using ciphered connections, VPNs. This is a security convention, so let's talk about security and the firewalling in the SDN-ified world, if you can say SDN-ified, then yeah, I hope you understand what I mean. The thing is that the legacy approach of firewalling is that you have the firewall somewhere in your network, And if we look at this picture, to the left, we see the legacy data center with a firewall in the middle. This firewall could be virtualized or it could be physical. It doesn't matter, it has a position in the network. So it's a choke point, and it's something that all traffic must pass in order to have security in your virtualized environment. Within a segment, because this firewall, what the firewall has on its hand to work with are segments and IP ranges, IP prefixes. Within such a segment, there is probably no security or very low security. You can close it down using some kind of access list or private VLAN or something like that. But if VMs are supposed to communicate within a segment, then probably you need to lift your security and have no filtering. And if you get an attack or something like that on one of your VMs that you have in, let's say, your DMZ, then that attack may travel further on since it has passed the perimeter firewall. So the fantastic thing about software-defined networking and the firewall that we have in the NSX product that we have for the vSphere environment is not the firewall itself, it's more the position of the firewall. We have added network components into the virtualized environment, into the hypervisor and into vSphere. That means that there is a firewall on every VM instead on every segment. And we call this micro-segmentation or zero trust networking. And one other thing that is a little bit interesting with this approach is that when we group stuff, if you compare to the physical firewall that is grouping by segments, interfaces, and IP addresses, we can actually group on anything. So IP is not our primary tool anymore, because we are building the network and the firewall into the hypervisor, and the hypervisor is the thing that created all the virtual machines. So the hypervisor knows everything. The vCenter in our case knows everything about all the VMs that are running in this environment. So we can group and make groups of VMs based on basically anything that is a property within the vCenter, such as the operating system or the machine name or whatever. So this is a screenshot from the GUI. We can create a security group, and we say that this security group is allowed to talk to this security group in this way. And IP doesn't matter. And also, it doesn't matter where this VM is executing. If it's executing in this host, physical host, is it on this host, is it in another data center, or is it even the public cloud? Because what happens when you do SDN by overlay right away into your virtualized environment is that you create the VM and you create the network and the security to this VM, and all of that becomes one entity, kind of. Which means that if the VM moves away from one host to the other host, from my data center to my secondary data center to my disaster recovery data center, or even into the public cloud, it's moved there not only with the compute and the payload, it's moved there including its network and its firewalling. So this means that it's incredibly easy to provide access for virtual machines now, since the virtual machines in a sense are carrying its network with itself. So again, the fantastic thing about the firewall in the NSX product is not the firewall itself, it's where it's placed. It's executing in the kernel of the hypervisor. And we can apply firewalling on each individual VM right away before it's even reaching the first software switch in the host. Which is kind of cool. So if you have a number of VMs executing in the same segment, the same broadcast domain, then you can get filtering even still. That is something that is kind of tricky to do in the physical network if you have a physical firewall. So anyway, we have provided switching, routing, load balancing, and firewalling right into the hypervisor. But sometimes you would like to have more advanced security services. The firewall that we are putting into the hypervisor is a stateful, session-based layer 3, layer 4 firewall. And we can do session filtering and session monitoring with this firewall. It's a regular firewall in a sense. But as you know, there are a lot of firewall vendors that are doing higher layer filtering, sometimes referred to as a next generation firewall or a unified threat management firewall or whatever you call it. So can we do that with our firewall? No, we cannot. We are not a security company. But what we did with this product is that we open up a number of APIs for our partners to come partner with us and become a part of this software-defined network. And some of them you see on the screen for security. It's, amongst others, it's a Fortinet, Checkpoint, Trell Micro, Intel, Palo, Symantec, High Trust, Rapid7. And the thing now is that we can let these boys be the same, have the same position as our firewall. Which means that if you have, let's say, a number of virtualized web servers, they are receiving traffic right away from internet. So traffic is coming, it's going towards the VM. We would like to have microsegmentation in order to get high security, but we also would like to have higher layer scanning, so next generation unified threat, yada yada firewalling. And when I say next generation, I mean intrusion prevention, antivirus scanning, data leak prevention, application filtering, nested application filtering, yada yada, and stuff that firewall vendors typically put into the firewalls. We can have that in the same way as our firewall, meaning that we can attach the filtering of the traffic right next to the VM. Micro-segmentation, zero trust network, and also sometimes referred to as the network of one. We have a segment that is only one VM, and then comes firewalling. The good thing here is also, now I have Palo Alto as my example, but Palo Alto is only one of the vendors. They were one of the first ones to certify, so I use them as my example. Is that if you invite, being the manager of this environment, if you invite any of these partners, not only can you filter in a micro-segmentation way, what you can also do is in the perimeter firewall, because the perimeter firewall will not go away, you will have a perimeter physical firewall that protects your data center. And you can use the intelligent grouping. Remember that NSX can group the VMs based on any VM property. And then we can say this security group is allowed to talk to this security group, regardless of IP, regardless of where they are. But of course, if we define the security group based on the OS name or operating system or whatever, of course, these VMs in my group here, they have IP addresses. And these groups are grouped on something else, but is containing a group of IP addresses. So in this example, if you are using Palo Alto as my example here, and the panorama management, then of course you will manage your virtual firewall running on each host for this microsegmentation firewall filtering. But you can also utilize the same groups also in the perimeter firewall, since it's managed from the same security management tool. So here's a screenshot from Palo Alto just showing group of VMs that has been grouped in the virtual world rather than by the firewall itself. We call it SDN, software-defined networking, sometimes referred to as SDN by overlay, or at least our approach. And SDN by overlay means that instead of letting the virtual machines just push out whatever traffic they have right away into the physical network and have the physical network deal with this, we instead encapsulate on a hypervisor level on an encapsulation protocol. Currently, we are using VXLAN. It doesn't matter which protocol we are using, it's the behavior that I'm getting at right now. Meaning that I have a physical host, for instance, the one to the left in this picture. The virtualized host is running a number of VMs. I would like to make segments and separate these VMs. From a firewall perspective, this is already taken care of. But I would also like to create new VMs. Imagine that I have some kind of service where my customer can go in and click, and they can order themselves from some kind of portal, and when they click on something, VMs should start and we can spin them up. The problem is now that if you do that in a legacy data center, every time you spin up a new VM that needs a new network, someone has to go down to the physical network and do some configuration in order to set the VLANs and the firewall rules and the routing and whatever is needed for this particular segment to be able to communicate and the VMs that is on this segment. But in this case, instead of letting the VM push the traffic to the physical network, we will let the hypervisor encapsulate that. So what the physical network sees is only the number of physical hosts that we have, not the VMs themselves, which means that we can create as many new segments as we want, and VXLAN allow us to create 16 million segments. If you compare that to VLAN, where we have 4,000 segments. So the cool thing now is that if you have a data center and you are creating virtual networks for your virtual machines, and you let the hypervisor encapsulate that when the virtual machines are communicating. This means that you lift off a lot of burden from the physical network. The most obvious is the creation of VLANs per segment, of course. But also, we have removed layer 2 stretching from the underlying physical network, the underlay, as we call it. The overlay is the virtual network, and we do very much use the physical network, of course, but only for transportation. So the thing is that if you are stretching your data center from the primary to the secondary, or from the primary to the disaster recovery, or from whatever data center you have and perhaps into the public cloud, that means that you need to do some kind of layer 2 stretching, which is kind of tricky. And the reason for this is that layer 2, as of today, is based on Ethernet, and at least in my mind, Ethernet is a crap protocol. Sorry. It wasn't designed for this. It was designed for a small environment, but it is the protocol that we use. And there are solutions in the physical network to stretch the layer 2, but they are either proprietary or very tricky. And I'm talking about MPLS, VPLS, EVPN, of course, spanning tree and stuff like that. But the thing is that, imagine that you take the SDN approach, the SDN by overlay approach, and you create networks for the VM in the VM environment instead. And you see the physical network as a pure transport network. That means that the physical network only needs to provide connectivity between IP addresses. So you can build the physical network now in layer 3 instead of providing some kind of layer 2 Ethernet stretching. And layer 3 has proven to be kind of stable, to say the least. It's been around on the internet for 30, 40, 50 years. And routing protocols such as OSPF and BGP could be used. They are highly tested, to say the least, and highly stable. And they provide redundancy and rerouting and optimization and all of that. So instead of doing proprietary layer 2 stretching with the SDN overlay and the networking in software, the underlying network becomes a pure transmission network. We need to have a gateway from physical external networks. This can be done by us from software component that we call Edge Gateway Service, or you can do it in hardware. And the same thing here applies. We have a number of certified partners that can do this in hardware. So meaning that they do bridging between the VLAN and a certain VXLAN. So taking traffic that's coming from an external network, placing it into the correct overlay network. So the end goal is this. We would like to be pool-based, not only for compute and storage, also for networking. So we create a VM. The VM sees its storage, the VM sees its network. The VM communicates over a number of firewall rules, but all of that is, in this type of approach, pure in software. Of course, there is physical host for the compute. there are physical disks somewhere for the storage, and of course there are physical routers and switches, but they do not have to deal with the individual property of individual VMs. So this is a tool for automation, for application continuity, and for security. Okay. If you would like to have, since you now have two networks, you do have two networks. You have one for pure traffic moving back and forth, and you have one that contains the intelligence and the functionality for the VMs. And in order to get visibility, I'll just mention that we have a tool that we call the vRealize Network Insight. And the vRealize Network Insight is a tool that can provide visibility into the virtual world, but also into the physical world. Because as we said, the physical network will not go away. The physical network needs to be there with high throughput, with low latency, with redundancy, and with zero downtime, if possible. But the logical network we create in software. But with the Network Insight tool, we can see how much traffic we have on the overlay and on the underlay, and going back and forth from overlay and underlay. And in this view, we have percentage. In this view, we can monitor individual VLANs and segments and see how they communicate, and also what ports. So with this tool, you can do an assessment, and you can see what firewall rules do I need in my environment when you go from not having an NSX to having NSX in your data center. And this is also a really, really neat view. In this picture, we can see two VMs communicate with each other, one to the left, one to the right. We can see that they are passing a number of firewalls, a stateful firewall in the NSX. They are, in this example, passing a Palo Alto high-layer firewall. We can see that they are connected over a number of VXLAN, so this is how they communicate. But we also see down here, in the lowest part of the picture, what physical servers, not servers, routers and switches they are passing. So of course, the physical network will need to be there and well functioning, but the logics of the VM network is in software. If you run into trouble and you need to troubleshoot, of course, we have built in all the tools that you normally find in a switch and in a router. And with this tool, you can easily monitor, do I have problem in my virtual network or do I have problem in the physical network? And then you troubleshoot accordingly. The market seems to believe in us, VMware, and the NSX product. We have opened up a number of APIs for partners to come in and certify on NSX products. And here is a number of companies that we are communicating with and partnering up with, and they are certified in different aspects of the NSX product. Yeah, okay. 5 minutes, my last slide. If you want to try this, we have all our products and trainings online. So there is something called the hands-on labs. So if you go to hol.vmware.com, we have training for all our products, including a lab environment and lab documentation. So if you want to play around with NSX, go to hands-on labs, search for NSX, and there will be a number of classes that you can take, including free of charge, training documentation, and also lab environments. So it's really cool. Okay. Shahu, 5 minutes to go. Time for questions.
Right. Any questions from the audience?
So how does it compare your product to other products? Yeah. So how this product compares to other products in the market, and how it is different? Thank you.
I go back to my picture that I showed in the beginning. SDN is not meaning one single thing for everyone in the business. It's mean that you do something with software, right? And it's close to networking. So our product is built for a virtualized environment. And another company that is doing that is Juniper. They have a solution called Contrail. They are doing kind of the same thing that we do, but we target different audience, you may say, Juniper is more targeting towards telco and towards an OpenStack KVM environment, while we, at least for now, are mainly focusing on our product, the vSphere. If you have a company that does SDN in the underlay, using whatever technology for having white boxes and create their own software environment for routing and switching, that is something that is totally different. And from our perspective, we are agnostic to whatever underlay you have. So if you have something that you are happy with, regardless of what it is, can it push IP traffic, then we are happy. So it could be a SDN network, a hardware SDN network, or it could be whatever network. As long as it gives you whatever performance you need, then we are happy from an overlay perspective.
Anyone else? Otherwise, this was borderline rocket science for me, but I do have a question. You have the firewall solutions and the security solutions from all these partners on the side and all that. But what I wonder about is, or I seem to sense that somewhere inside the system there is the mother of all VMs. What protects her?
The mother of all VMs, you mean the hypervisor, or what do you mean? The hypervisor, yeah. The hypervisor, it's an operating system from us, and it's installed in the physical server. And as I said during the presentation, that is something that should not be reachable from anything within the virtual world, and it's protected, I would say, by the physical firewall, the perimeter firewall. So there should be a totally separated management network, and it is protected by either total isolation or by a perimeter firewall. It's up to whomever is building the data center.
Okay. Now is lunch, and I've forgotten one of my tasks. And if you see the other guys who came just ahead of you, this is a thank you. It also contains two invitations to today's after party, which one of which you can give to whomever asks you the best question.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, cool.
So it's time for lunch now. If you can track down, who was ahead of you? Gentlemen, he's not here.
It was Microsoft, right?
Yeah, where is the Microsoft? They're everywhere, but anyway. Because I'll have to give him one of these bags as well. Maybe I'll take it downstairs and see if I can find him. So, okay, it is lunch. We have to be back here at 2 o'clock, 1400 hours. Keep in mind that it is a bit hard to get up here with the elevator, so I'll see you all back. Thank you for being here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, doing a sound check. Sound check.
Sound check.
Okay. Can we all start together, please? Because we're going to start the next presentation very soon. For those of you who are not here, or for those of you that I forgot that you were here, my name is Yuris Kaja. I'm going to be moderating this and hopefully encouraging you, the audience, half of whom at least are rocket scientists compared to me, to ask some questions on this very important set of issues about cyber and data security that that we are all here to talk about at this conference. So the next speaker is Intars Garbovskis, who you see the theme, The State of Cybersecurity and Digital Trust 2016. Those of you who know a lot about the security field don't all start moaning right away at that title. So, Intars, please.
Thank you. Yes, so my name is Intars Garbovskis. I'm leading security practice in Accenture Latvia. And for the next couple of 30 minutes approximately, I'll try to highlight what were the outcome and results of the survey we did together with HFS research company with the main objective to understand what are the current state of cybersecurity and what are the areas for improvement and what we can do to make it more secure and more, how to say, sophisticated. Just to begin, maybe on the survey, so we surveyed approximately 200 cybersecurity professionals across the globe from the various geographies, covering a lot of industries. So the results are covered by the most of the parts of the world, and their opinions of security professionals across the world. And of course, the main theme in the survey was about the digital trust. With that, we understand basically this is very linked to cybersecurity in general, and this is one of the biggest parts of this digital trust, meaning we need to make sure that we have really good state-of-the-art cybersecurity in our company to make sure our partners, our clients, customers, and also our employees really feel that we are trusted company and all around the data and data security is protected well in our company. And of course, the brand is one of the key cornerstones of this digital trust. So without that digital trust of our partners, we cannot make sure our brand of the company is really known and well treated. So here in that first slide, you can see those elements that form the digital trust. What it requires to make sure we can reach this digital trust on a highest level. So as you can see, really holistic approach to cybersecurity and making sure that this is part of our business processes and not as a standalone process that is in many situations the case. And of course, it requires new thinking, new ways of how we hire people and how our workforce is managed. In addition to that, of course, there must be really high support and involvement from the top management, as it has been always, and it will be always the key cornerstone to make sure the digital trust is really at the top levels. And of course, when we talk about the partners of the company, then this is another aspect where we need to pay attention, that just to avoid that our partners, suppliers are not the weakest chain, because in many cases this is where the main and the biggest breaches come from. What we found out actually that some really interesting facts. For example, that approximately 69% of all respondents admitted that during the last 12 months they experienced some kind of data breach within the company that was caused and or done by employees, by insiders. So this is really interesting and pretty high number, which shows that main concerns should be across the internal employees and insiders. So many of the breaches are done by them. That's what we see from the survey we did. On the other hand, what we see that also approximately half of respondents say that not only real data breaches from insiders, but half of the respondents confirmed that the biggest concern from their perspective actually is external threats. So that's obvious, and we all that know that the threats, external threats, are really increasing drastically from day to day, and it means that there are two aspects: internal staff and employees who actually, in many cases, can do anything they want and make sure that company's name appears on the headlines on a negative side. And of course, there are external threats that always are in the nowadays increasing. Then, of course, also we noted from the responses that really big emphasis is on the digitalization and transforming the cybersecurity in general to the new ways how to manage that, and approximately half of respondents admitted that yes, this is kind of a trend where they are going, but this brings also a lot of high risks and cybersecurity threats along with that. And of course, main things that are concerned about what companies and businesses are concerned are brand reputation and of course customer services, customer support. So as you can see, 37 and 43 respectively admitted that those areas are really vulnerable. So it's very easy to make big, huge companies to appear on headlines highlighting huge data breaches, and this is, as we can see, main concern from the security professionals, that these areas we need to protect really good, but of course there are a lot of challenges how to do that and how to make sure our reputation stays good for all the times. And just to summarize a little bit on the gaps that might somehow, on a negative side, impact this digital trust, which is really main aspect nowadays. How we can grow our business and make sure that our suppliers, our customers really rely on us. Then we need to reach this level of really good level of digital trust. And so these are the 5 areas where we identified there are concerns around them, because they can really impact this digital trust. First of them, of course, is talent. What it means, big part of those respondents noted that this is a big problem to find and hire the right people with the right skills and at the right time. So this is one of the main issues that blocks a lot of companies basically move to the next level and really make company more secure just because they are not able to find the right experts, real professionals in that area who can help implementing and also maintaining not only technologies but in general the processes and organization in the company. Then technologies again, I think I can highlight it once again quickly, very shortly, but that's obvious and clear to everyone. Technologies are changing so quickly and this requires a lot of efforts and investments to make sure we can be even close to the people who really want to steal something or really make some data breach in our company. So this quick growth and change in technology is really one of the pain areas which companies are trying to solve and wrap up, get closer to that gap. Parity, with that we mean that security controls and processes, technologies are equally implemented and available across the organization, not only for specific department, for example, or for some specific part of the company. We have super secure controls implemented. We are using the newest technologies, and in another part of the organization we don't think even about the basic security aspects. So that's the issue that we identified, and it means organizations must think about cybersecurity on a company level, not only for specific parts of the company or for specific divisions of the company. And going forward to the budget, again, never-ending story and an issue that is on the agenda all the time. Not enough budget for hiring the right people or training them, as well as not enough budget to buy and implement the newest technologies that might, let's say, increase the level of security in the company. But of course, there should be ways and options how to make sure the cybersecurity budget is really part of the company's overall budget, not considered as something as overhead cost, etc. And of course, management support, as I mentioned at the beginning, without that, it's not possible to implement, maintain appropriate level of cybersecurity and cybersecurity defenders. So this is critical part where we see gaps still, and we saw in our survey. Approximately 36% of respondents confirmed that they don't think security is top priority for their management, and they even say that they don't understand what are the core of the cybersecurity. A little bit more about each of those finding areas very quickly. I already touched the talent issue, so there is a real shortage of cybersecurity experts that companies need, but they cannot hire for different reasons. And as I mentioned, that there is approximately more than half of the respondents say that they think that their employees really are not able to prevent the real data breach because of the awareness they have. So that's pretty high percentage, just highlighting that in case there is some attacks, then employees most probably will not recognize that this is some real attack and someone is trying to get unauthorized access or data. Then of course it's linked to the budget, but 40% approximately highlights that they don't have enough budget to train the people and also to hire the right people. So, which obviously is an issue, and there should be some of the ways how to find solutions, and I'll talk about in a couple of moments. And of course, very interesting number is 76% of respondents say that they really feel that there are needed some improvements in approach how they perform threat and vulnerability analysis. So, which means really an area where either company itself or with help of other companies can do better in this area, which means this is really huge potential here in that point. And of course, opportunities how to solve those issues around talents. Again, acquiring those top talents, which of course would help to move to the next level and make company more secure against external and internal threats. Of course, this should go together with really good and well prepared awareness programs, which in many cases is not in place in most of the companies. So this is one of the elements which can decrease this internal data breach percentage in the companies. And of course, really good cooperation with external companies, partnerships, trying to get people on the time when it's really needed. Here we come to one more pretty new wording called liquid workforce, basically meaning that companies can get the right people at the time when they need and not keeping them for as a regular employees for the long period. So that's one of the trends as well that we see is coming up and will be quite useful in the future as well. Moving to technologies, again, in a couple of words, still we see at the moment the main technologies that are used are still firewalls and encryption. That also the respondents report that yes, these are the technologies we use today to make sure our data, not only our and also client data, are secured properly and protected properly. But of course, what we see in addition to that the largest growth is anticipated in the areas like artificial intelligence, cognitive solutions, data anonymization, behavioral tracking, and also automation. I would say artificial intelligence together with automation is the key trend, and this for sure will be the main areas where companies would be required to invest and think about, because this is the next level and next age where we will go. So without that, companies won't be able to be competitive and successful. So artificial intelligence with automation is the future trend also for cybersecurity. How it could work basically with those automated and solutions with artificial intelligence elements would do most of the things on behalf of the person, and those security experts would have more time basically to look at more complex issues rather than doing the things that can be done and automated by machine. In addition to that, not only automated, but those machines are able to learn, and next time You don't need to do it manually, but the things that has learned by machine, they can be done already by the machine instead of the person. So these are really trends, and we see them as new technologies, new ways how to budget, find the budget for cybersecurity, as well as new ways how to hire new talents, to make sure they are within the company at the right time, and for that time they are really needed. On parity, as I mentioned a few slides back, this is one of the issues that we see, and specifically talking not only about company itself and company's internal divisions, departments, but also if we talk about partners, suppliers of the company. What we see that in average respondents mentioned that only 35 to maximum 57% of their partners, their suppliers are vetted. So what it means, big part of them are not even vetted, and we don't know with whom we are working and what threats they can bring to us. So meaning this is a really huge risk in this area, as most of the companies are not 100% vetting their cooperation partners and suppliers. Of course, there is sign that they have planned to vet more than they are doing now in terms of suppliers, but still this percentage is pretty low, meaning that in this area, risk that our suppliers can bring to us is very high. And even worse situation is when we talk about marketing and sales forces that actually basically 25% indicate that their marketing department sales forces is either not very or only somehow secure. So meaning that this is the difference. For some business units we put in place very strong controls, and for marketing and salespeople in many cases we don't think about security at all. However, there are big chance that a lot of really sensitive company data might be leaked just because we don't consider this department on the same level as others. Moving forward to budget, again, I think I can spend just a few minutes on this because this is a very obvious topic that always we will not have enough budget, always we will need more, but this is at the moment what security professionals are saying. This is really the biggest inhibitor actually to allow companies increase the level of cybersecurity, not enough budget, and also the same applies for trainings and hiring process for the right experts at the right time. And on the management, I think this is really critical thing that was found out that as you can see, just not just, but 35% actually believe that management doesn't concern themselves with security. So meaning that they think this is something not part of the organization, separate unit doing something by their own. So it's still a really high number in nowadays that 35% say they don't think management is really involved and thinking in the right way when it comes to cybersecurity. And of course, approximately the same percentage means that the management also considers that security is really some additional costs, and which goes together with the point I just mentioned, pretty high percentage of top management people who really don't understand what it means, why it is needed, and that's one of the reasons why all those headlines appears every day. And I'm very sure that one of the key reasons is exactly this. Again, of course, approximately a bit less than half admits that cybersecurity awareness and culture of the cybersecurity within the organization is critically important, but still there's second part which we can see do not consider that as critical factor and as critical aspect of the cybersecurity in general. And of course, this is what I mentioned here to make sure that the cybersecurity awareness in the organization is on a really high level. There must be very, very well prepared and predefined awareness programs specifically organized for specific groups of the people within the company. Not the same awareness programs for all, but separate and completely different for management, different for different departments within the company, just to make sure the target audience is really reached. And we cannot do that in a one single way. Then 5 questions that every enterprise should be asking to make sure we move closer to more sophisticated and comprehensive cybersecurity within our organization. So again, one is if we really are effectively allocating budget and resources. Then of course, if we are measuring how we spend the cost and do we have appropriate metrics to understand what and how we are doing and how well we are doing. Then again, if we are enough quickly anticipating what would be the new technologies and processes to make sure we can prepare in advance, not at the time when it's already there. Then mentioned on parity, every organization must understand what's the situation in our company. Do we really consider and implement cybersecurity at the same level, both for our internal departments and our suppliers, and that we do not do it just for specific groups of the people or for specific parts of the business. And of course, the question is how can we best transfer existing cybersecurity technologies, processes that we have to make sure we are closer to the state-of-the-art approach, and which would make our digital trust really on a high level. And then just to conclude with a couple of recommendations, basically there must be top management support and involvement in all those cybersecurity related questions, and this must be promoted by them. Otherwise all the other activities we do to improve and increase cybersecurity awareness will not work. Of course, cybersecurity talents, the professional cybersecurity experts, we need them first of all to find and hire, and afterwards, of course, train. Again, this is something related with budget, but this is the only way how to move forward and make sure our cybersecurity is on the right level. Again, both cybersecurity operations and management should collaborate. There must be understanding between those two groups, what we are going to do, what are the technologies we are going to implement, and avoid situation when management thinks one and in reality is implemented something else. Innovations and it goes together with artificial intelligence and automation. These are the areas where we really need to think, and this is unavoidable that in the coming years each and every organization will need to think about that to make sure we can make sure cybersecurity, cyber defense is at the minimum level at least. And again, the last point from our side on recommendations is to make sure that funding for cybersecurity is not somehow separated from the general budgeting process of the organization, but make sure that this is understood as part of the business, and otherwise we will again come to the same situation when cybersecurity is considered separately. Then we will never get to the state where we really want to be in our organization. Okay, that's it generally about the survey, and there are just a few facts what we did and how we did. Thanks a lot for your attention. Any questions?
Yes, we have a little time for questions. Anyone in the audience? Well, I have a question, and it's a sort of probably a difficult one, but if you can give a short answer. What do you do in a nightmare scenario when there's been a breach? How do you do something to preserve the brand reputation when that happens? And I'm talking about Target, I'm talking about some of these spectacular things that have happened in the US, but these companies have somehow managed to go on. What do you do? How do you react internally? How do you react externally when that happens?
To be honest, I think there are not a lot of options how to hide that, especially for big corporations, for big enterprises. There are actually not a lot of things to do when the breach occurred. So, of course, there are a lot of things that companies internally try to do. Try to first of all not push that outside the company, try to hide that and first investigate. But in those cases that we see in headlines, basically for the big companies, I would say, from my point of view, it's not possible to do anything. You can just start thinking how to pay the fees to the customers and those whose data are leaked. So that's why, yeah, we basically need to start thinking already once, basically sometime before that happens.
So in short, if you haven't done all of that stuff and prevented the breach, then there's a nasty American word that describes your condition.
Exactly.
Okay, have something for you. And this is a thank you from the organizers. And there's 2 invitations to tonight's after party. One of which you can give to somebody who thinks has given one of the best questions at these sessions, and the other one is for yourself. Okay, I'm unable to go this evening, so you can. Okay, I think we're ready for the next presentation, which is interesting, I think, about insurance, if I'm not. Hi. So you're 2 speakers, okay. When is Mr. Dickson, right? Yeah. Okay. Fine. So our next 2 speakers will talk about insurance. Again, somebody who comes in when the horse is run out of the barn and is in the forest, right? And then they figure out what the horse costs and what the damage the horse did chewing bark off trees in the woods. Okay. Do you have you loaded your presentation?
No, we
You're
sent
okay,
it
yes.
yesterday, so it...
Okay, it should be up there. I can't help you with that laptop because I belong to a different church where the big ceremony will take place tonight. So.
There you go. That takes this off?
It is not recommended that you roam around with the people who are streaming this. Suggest that you remain standing or speak from there, or at least just hand the mic to each other. That would be all right. That would be okay. But this is not like some Oracle presentation where you can go dancing across the stage with the whole show that they put on, you know. So
I'm not sure what's happening here because it seems not opening. This is not ours, but this is ours.
Can someone help us with the technical stuff? Perhaps if you close PowerPoint completely and start again.
Okay, we'll try it.
okay, this is where the kind and knowledgeable person from the organizers shows up, except he or she is not here. So, oh, you're okay. Okay. All right.
Cool.
So, on with it then.
So I should just stand here, okay? Okay, good. So hello everyone, my name is Lauris. I'm from Easy Brokers, insurance brokers. We're a quite large broking company in the Baltics. We do all sorts of insurances, but of course today we are here to talk about something more specific, cyber insurance to be exact. And yes, to have some expertise, of course, we have invited a person from a company that has been doing cyber insurance for already 16 years. It's a new stuff here in the Baltics, but in USA and Europe, it's quite common. So, David,
So hi, just quickly. My name is David Dickson. I work at a Lloyd's broker in London called Safe Online. As Lauris has been saying, we've been providing technology and cyber insurances to some of the world's largest companies for 16 years now. And with legislation change on the horizon in Europe, this is something which European companies are going to have to take notice of in the near future. So this will be a short, sharp introduction to cyber insurance.
And yes, about what's coming up. So first I'm going to talk a bit about the background of the risk, then David will take over about insurance part. So yes, when you talk about cyber risk, it's probably multiple things that come into your mind. What does it contain? And the whole basis of it is of course the data, because we have a lot more data now than we had before. There is a research that says that at least 90% of the data we have now was created just like in the last 2 years, because of course now your refrigerator probably keeps all the information about the products in it. And of course by 2020 there will be a lot more data. And with a lot more data that can be both funny, like just some things that people speak about in Twitter, to some important stuff like weather forecasts that are quite valuable to different companies. There's also comes some data breaches and some situations that has happened with all sorts of data and all sorts of companies. And when you look at the data, like this basic slip about David, which is of course his generic password he uses everywhere. And yeah, this is the information that every company probably keeps about its employees or clients, or yeah. And the funny thing is that this data gets really valuable when it gets lost, and because for different types of data there's a different value. And yeah, and with so much data around, it's quite easy to lose something. Well, if there are 200 million of emails sent around, you just mistype the email and send some confidential document to somewhere. Or you just lose your smartphone with some client contracts on it. So this all can cause serious liability issues and problems and risks. So yeah, maybe
So
add something.
So the important thing for us here is that And you've heard it downstairs, I think just now as well, that cyber risk covers a whole multitude of entries, basically. It's not just a malicious system, external kind of arbitrator. It can be internal operational risks as well. So actually, when we look for the trigger of cyber losses, actually only 41% of it is malicious external or criminal attacks. And that includes everything from ransomware and extortion, which is on the rise, and I think there's talks about that later today, malware, hacking, all those kind of things. But when you dial it back and think, actually, the cyber risks, 30% of them are operational, everything from a rogue employee, a loss of documents or data. There's an anecdote which is used by some colleagues in London that if you think about how data used to be stored in filing cabinets, right? And so about 80 filing cabinets is about the equivalent of 1 gigabyte of data. So when you think about how many filing cabinets is on one iPhone, for example, that's 5,120 filing cabinets. So just the ease of production of data and the way we store it and the way we transfer it means that we're more exposed when it's lost. Now, if you did have a data breach, these are the kind of the costs you'd have to come up with privately, unless you had the insurance, which I'll talk about in a second. Legal costs can be pretty expensive, up to €300 an hour. If you have to provide any call center costs as well, very expensive. The forensics, which is coming in, finding out the source of the breach, cutting it off and making sure that there's no further loss, also very expensive. With liabilities becoming more to the foray in terms of legislation changes, this means all these kind of costs are becoming more and more expensive to companies if handled privately. This is an interesting slide. This basically shows the average cost of a data breach for different industries, for different industries based on each item of data that is lost. So for example, let's say you're a healthcare provider, you have 10,000 customers, and you lose those 10,000 customers worth of data, that's 3.6 million that will cost you in terms of these costs here, if you handle it privately. Now, what does the insurance cover? There seems to be a bit of a distrust of insurance brokers in some parts of Europe, I think, probably including Latvia. Important thing for us is London is the centre of the world for cyber insurance. We have about 70 providers of the cover, which means it's very competitive, very broad wordings, and insurers will lose their license if they don't pay fair and reasonable claims. The insurance itself can be broadly pinned down to 3 basically areas of cover. The first is crisis and event management, and I think the last question for the last speaker was this kind of topic. What should happen in an event of a data breach? Well, what happens with insurance is that there's a team, a specialist breach response team, is paid for by your premium, and they come in the same day of the breach. They'll provide all the costs for the network system and data restoration, any notification costs to clients whose data might have been lost, all the fraud, the extortion consultation as well as all the basic IT forensics, stopping yourself from any further losses. Reputation is probably one of the hardest things to measure as a result of a data breach. If you can link loss of income to reputation, then that's what also can be covered by this part of the insurance. The second is financial loss. This is business interruption. Let's say you're a manufacturer, the production of whatever you're making relies on a system and it goes down. That loss of that system downtime will lead to a loss of income, which is very, very straightforward, can be picked up by the insurance. Cyber theft and extortion, ransomware again, that's covered under this. Any fines and penalties were insurable by law, including payment card industry fines, they can be covered under this type of insurance. And then the liability to your customers. If you lose their data, you may be sued for breach of privacy or breach of security, but any breach of intellectual property, confidentiality and content liability as well. All legal expenses surrounding all of these issues above also covered under the insurance. The interesting thing here is that, especially for small companies, as I'll talk about in a second, is that it doesn't just cover you for your own liabilities, but also for the outsourced service providers that you work with. Lauris, do you want to?
Yeah, and here's a short slide about why local insurance that you might have is probably not enough. Because if you look at your general property insurance or your general liability insurance your company has, you'll probably find some sort of clawback clause in the terms and conditions that relates either to data or hacker attacks or something. So universally, this is usually excluded. So you need a specific type of insurance that we are talking about to have such events covered.
So who's it for? There's a bit of a misconception actually worldwide about who cyber insurance is for. It's for someone online or for a technology company, but actually it's just not the point at all. Anyone relying on a network or a system to operate, anyone processing, storing or transferring data, and anyone with a presence online. So much so this encapsulates most companies now. I mean, to give an example, there are churches in the United States who buy cyber insurance. And that might sound absolutely crazy, but they have a list of a congregation, and that's personally identifiable information which they're liable for if they lose it. This kind of liability for losing the data and losing the information is going to become very, very important for European companies. And there's a general list there. As you see, we provide cyber insurance for everyone from lawyers to financial institutions to some of the world's largest gaming and gambling companies. This is an interesting website called Hackmageddon. And basically, just the purpose of this isn't to name and shame companies that have been breached, but just to emphasize my previous point about the range of companies that have breaches. Yahoo, obviously well known, probably one of the largest data breaches ever, but everything from banks there to newspapers to government entities to Twitter accounts. So yeah, who's it for? I touched on this a little bit earlier. When we look at the media and we see stories about data breaches, we're struck by the huge corporations, the Sonys, the eBays, the LinkedIns. We've all heard of them, and so there might be a misconception about this is only an issue for large companies. But hopefully, being at a tech conference and the cybersecurity conference, people will know this isn't the case. And in fact, actually, over 2/3 of attacks happen towards SME companies. When you bear in mind the financial and reputational damage that a data breach can have on an SME, it's vitally important that, twofold, that first of all, there's a business continuity plan, a disaster recovery plan in place, so they know exactly what to do in terms of in a time of a data breach, but also that they have the insurance involved because it helps them mitigate the cost of it rather than affecting their cash flow. This, again, hopefully you guys will agree here, it's not just a US exposure. In the US, there's quite strict legislation about the notification of data breaches to the data protection authorities and also to customers. This is something which is about to come into Europe. Lloyd's, which for those who don't know is the largest single insurance market in the world, based in London. They recently did a study on European companies, for 346 of them, and they found out that 92% have had a data breach in the last 5 years. I think it was the head of the FBI who famously said in 2012 that there's two types of companies: those who've had a data breach and then those who are about to have a data breach. So it's one of these things, if it's inevitable, no matter how good your system is, the insurance can help mitigate any further losses. Now, GDPR hopefully is something you're all aware of. 25th May 2018, there's a few things here which we should bear in mind. The biggest change probably is the mandatory notification of a data breach to your data protection authority within 72 hours. What the DPA will do, your local DPA will do, is they'll analyse the loss and work out there's been a fundamental breach of privacy. If there is, then there'll be massive liabilities for it, all covered by the insurance. Now, fines for this as well, up to 4% of global annual turnover or 20 million euros, which is quite staggering. To put this into perspective, there's a telecoms company in the UK called TalkTalk. They've just been fined by our Information Commissioner's Office for £400,000. If that was applied to the GDPR fines, that could have been well over 70 million. This is the part of the presentation which is probably the most important. As insurance people, we get lots of people coming up to us and say, I don't need insurance, I've got IT security systems. But this isn't the point. We're not trying to replace IT security with insurance. Instead, it should be part of your risk management procedure. These are the kind of costs you incur as a company, hopefully, in terms of your internal cyber risk management, your process, procedures, and policies, your incident response planning, and your specialist IT software. Covers a whole host of risks and can be quite expensive but worthwhile in terms of risk management. Now, these are the risks which if there was an issue, will be extra to the company. Or your liabilities to third parties, your financial loss in terms of direct business interruption, extortion, some fines and penalties, and the increased cost of working. And all the management of a breach, which some companies will budget for or keep a large pot of cash on the side, just in case, and all the representation legally as well. All not covered by that initial cost of the cyber risk management. I think you know where this is going. Where does the insurance fit in here? Cyber insurance, for a fraction of the price of the risk management investment you've already made, can enable a company to properly budget for their entire cyber risk management program, providing cover and mitigation against reputational financial loss. The really important thing here is that we're really not trying to replace IT security. And cyber insurance, I think, probably whether we like it or not, I think we probably like it, will be well bought across Europe in the next 5 years, as it has already done in the States. I appreciate this is the graveyard shift just after London, just after lunch, sorry, but if there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
The microphone, please. I can bring it to you.
Sorry, thank you. Just a question really about the mechanics of a policy. There's a lot of skepticism out there about whether these policies actually work in practice. In your experience and in your opinion, what are the key things in terms of exclusions that we should be looking out for with these policies?
Yeah, very good question. A bugbear for cyber insurance brokers, I think, and something which underwriters have continued to try and implement in cyber policies, which has come over from a professional liability phase, is actually a retroactive date. And I think this is probably one of the largest causes of a claim being thrown out. And so I'll tell you how a retroactive date works. Cyber insurance policies are what we call claims-made policies. So you buy them over for a year period. And as long as you have a claim in that period, it should be picked up. But retroactive date, let's say you have a 2016 policy, but the cause of your loss started in 2014. If a retroactive date was for the beginning of 2016, that wouldn't be picked up. So what we're working on now, and which is quite generally happening, is removal of retroactive date, full retroactive cover. So if you buy cyber insurance now and you have a claim within that period, it doesn't matter when the threat or entrance to your system happened or occurred. In terms of other exclusions, this time 2 years ago, I'd say that cyber terrorism was generally excluded. That's something which we don't see anymore, and we actively try and include. And then other than that, things like bodily injury and property damage not covered under cyber insurance at the moment, generally speaking. But the thing about cyber is that it's very fast, very dynamic, very quickly moving, and the benefit of using London insurers is that it's very flexible. So rather than an off-the-shelf policy from a local insurer, we can bespoke them to match the needs of the client.
I've got a follow-up, if that's all right, if no one else has got any questions. Sorry, I'm not being selfish here. When you were talking about retroactive dates and date of discovery, is that something that's common in cyber insurance as a whole, and the world of cyber, about something coming to light or an incident happening and it taking a while to discover? Is that
absolutely? Quite often you'll see that the gap between the cause of a breach and data discovery can be a huge amount of time. This is something that the insurance market is ready to work on now and help companies out with. One more question over there.
I have a question regarding this continuously caused damage regarding the data loss. For example, if there is a lot of data lost, probably you will find it out very quickly. But if hacker uses his knowledge and gets some specific data which is very, very valuable and uses it during the time, is there some restrictions regarding the continuously made damages regarding the data loss?
So let me try and clarify.
The main problem is that data which you get, you can use for something, yes, to gain some goods out of it. And of course, for someone, it will cause some financial losses, yes, and it can continuously continue year by year, and don't know how long.
So in terms of business interruption loss, or you're talking in terms of reputational damage? Is that what we're talking about?
It's just, for
can you
example,
give me an example, perhaps, of what the company is?
For example, you get some access to accounts, yes,
Okay.
and getting from there some specific amount of money that actually bank maybe don't recognize, or it's a big company's account and they also want to recognize. But during some time, this money which is taken out of there can be a very huge amount.
So this would be an interesting thing here, because what we're talking about there might be a crime risk, if I'm completely honest, which will be ongoing. But what cyber wants to do, basically, is if you do have a breach, then they want to stop the breach as soon as possible and provide you with all the costs around with preventing any further loss. When it comes down to something like that, that's probably a crime risk, which would be covered by a specific crime policy.
So it doesn't work on crime risks. If the third party got this data, then you just fix by managing this issue and close the system. And what you cover by this policy is actually what is this? This management and losses regarding this fixing the problem.
Yeah, exactly that. So, I mean, this is an instance of a data breach. The cyber insurance is there as a financial buffer to basically help you pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
Unless there's somebody else out there who wants to.
Okay, to wrap it up, I have a couple of questions as well. First of all, one of the things, I think one of the reasons they had sort of no-fault insurance in the US was to sort of lessen the cases of insurance companies suing each other. Mm-hmm. Now, if I am living in a building that has a uniform security system, mm-hmm. With a database of everybody's password for getting into the building or getting into my apartment, and there's a breach, and all of these passwords are set to XXXX or something. Yeah. And the criminals in the neighborhood find this out very quickly, and mine and several other apartments are robbed. Now, I have homeowners insurance or apartment insurance, but they will look for the fundamental cause. Now, the fundamental cause is going to be a security breach at the security company, and they're going to have to pay for mine and 10 other people's, flat screen and laptop and whatever else was carried off. They're going to go after the company that's responsible. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be willing to accept that kind of liability when the homeowner's insurance comes and said, wait a minute, your guys, nasty American word, it up, so therefore,
Sure. It's an interesting scenario. I think that would probably be, the contents insurance would surely pay for that. In terms of how the cyber insurance would respond is, in terms of it would be any liabilities in terms of breach of privacy or breach of security. I'm not sure how far that would go in terms of replacing stolen items. What it might do is cover the insured's loss of their own assets, but perhaps not as far as this is a very specific example. We might need to look into that kind of case-by-case basis, but it wouldn't necessarily be the intention straight away of this type of policy.
Yeah, but that was the sole cause. It wouldn't have happened if your insuree had not, had a breach of its security.
I think this would probably been something that the home insurers would have taken on board when they were providing the insurance for the contents. To be honest.
Yeah, but the home insurers
that
are there they've got 10,000 euro worth of stolen stuff in that building. What are they who's going to pay them back for it? But anyway, okay, the other thing is, obviously you're not going to sell me fire insurance if I have a habit of taking the barbecue inside and cooking in my apartment over an open fire, or doing other things, or I store explosives from my construction company in the basement in my garage, you're going to look at those risks. You're going to check my house out. To what extent do you go and enforce certain minimum or even certain stringent standards on your customer before you'll insure him?
They won't do any condition precedents anymore, really, in terms of you must be able to prove this happened to an extent. But what they will do, part of the application process, is ask you to basically evidence or confirm that you have minimum risk management procedures in place. Things like, do you update your antivirus? Do you update your firewalls? Do you have a business continuity plan, a disaster recovery plan? Do you encrypt mobile devices? Is there encryption on all your stored data? That kind of thing. They will ask for evidence of one.
Okay, so you will have to swear to a whole list of best practices.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before, you know.
There's one of the things about cyber insurance, and it goes back to a point I made earlier, we're not trying to replace IT internally systems. And to the point where actually if a company showed that they didn't have any basic risk management policies or procedures or IT security, then they probably wouldn't be allowed to get insurance.
Okay. I mean, the same way. Yeah. I mean, you would not insure somebody who, unless the customer said, I am not going to do any more cooking over an open coal fire indoors. I'm going to do it outdoors.
To put it in another metaphor, let's say you bought contents insurance for your house. The insurer wouldn't give you that contents insurance unless you had a lock on the door.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions from the audience or anybody else? In that case, I will say thank you, and the next presenter from about satellites and stuff can slowly prepare. And I have a couple of things for you, gentlemen. Let me see. Yeah. These are little gifts from the organizers of the event, and each of them contains two invitations to tonight's after party. And one of those you can, either of you can give away to someone who you thought asked the best question, or I don't know, or a friend or whatever. So, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And we will now rise, 23,000 kilometers into the sky where the geostationaries hang? 36,000. And that's almost halfway to the moon, but it is a place that still carries risks for us, doesn't it?
Indeed, absolutely. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Jarrold. I'm the Chief of International Program Development with the GVF, the Global VSAT Forum. This presentation this afternoon has been developed in part by me and in part by the guy that currently chairs our Cybersecurity Task Force, which is the main subject I'll be addressing this afternoon. That individual actually works with Cisco Tactical Operations, as you can see on the slide. Now, let me just begin by asking the audience one question. Is there anybody in the room from the satellite industry? A satellite operator, a satellite network provider perhaps, a satellite equipment manufacturer? No. Okay, perhaps in fairness, that was more or less what I actually expected. Hopefully in the future, in terms of addressing the subject of cybersecurity in contexts of events such as this, that will evolve. Now, perhaps you are wondering why I, representing an organization which itself represents the global satellite communications industry, is actually in attendance at an event such as this. Well, in part, we were invited, and to the organizers, thank you. But in part, as I will explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the issue of cybersecurity has come to assume an increasingly critical position and profile within the broad satellite communications world. But first, a little bit more about the organization for which I work, the GVF. Putting it simply, we are the single and unified voice of the global satellite communications industry. We are approaching our 20th birthday, and when we were founded, almost 20 years ago, we began a process of bringing together organizations engaged in the delivery of advanced broadband and narrowband satellite services, delivering those services to the consumer market, to commerce, to government, to enterprises worldwide. We were founded in London. We now have grown to cover more than 100 countries with a membership in excess of 200 member organizations. We are independent. We are a consensus-based industry organization. We are non-partisan, and we are non-profit. Now, our broad-based membership represents every major region of the world, every sector of the satellite industry, and I'd like to run through a few of those now. We cover the fixed satellite services market, the mobile satellite operator market, satellite network operators, the owners and operators of teleports, which are very, very large Earth stations. It's the kind of image of the satellite industry with which perhaps those of you not particularly familiar with the industry might be the more familiar, seeing these large Earth stations with many, many antennas, some of which are very, very large in size. That's probably one of the more common images of the satellite communications industry for those not familiar with the industry. We also represent the Earth station manufacturers who manufacture not only the equipment, the really, really big teleports, but manufacture equipment down to much, much smaller terminals. Terminals these days that include antennas of some 60 or 75 centimeters in diameter in certain sorts of circumstances, using certain parts of the satellite radio frequency spectrum and for certain types of satellite-based services. We also represent the system integrators, the companies that actually put together the different physical hardware components together with the service delivery that is going to be put through a particular Earth station. We also represent the value-added service providers, enhanced service providers, telecoms carriers, like the likes of BT in the UK and the existing incumbent telecom operators that's existed over many, many years. We also cover consultancies that are interested in the communications arena, law firms, and indeed the users of satellite services. So what exactly do we do? Well, over the years, we've invested a great deal of resources to promote satellite communications, to promote the industry's interests. And in order to achieve that, one of the approaches which we use to actually try to achieve that is that we have a number of operational, highly dynamic working groups. And these are used by the GVF membership to advance the priorities of the industry, to advance its initiatives, and to develop and advance its solutions. We have, for example, a regulatory working group. Now, historically, that has focused on areas of satellite operation that interface with government policies, with government or regulatory agency regulations affecting satellite communications. We have other working groups that cover type approvals, equipment mutual recognition arrangements. Others, like the Maritime Satcom Forum, that focuses specifically on one of the key end-user industries of satellite communications. We deliver education and training on satellite equipment installation and so on. We focus on the radio frequency side of satellite communications through our Satellite Spectrum Initiative. Again, focusing on one of the areas that is a key end-user arena for satellite communications to fulfill mission-critical requirements. That falls under the heading of our humanitarian assistance and disaster response environment. We also, of course, have our cybersecurity task force. But the reason that I cite some of these other areas is that increasingly there's an observable pattern that issues relating to cybersecurity are making their way into the agendas of these various other environments. For example, how could a non-governmental organization going very quickly into an area affected by a natural disaster. For such an organization, satellite communications is an absolute mission-critical imperative. But it's not enough to ensure that the equipment they have is installed properly, that it's pointing at the right satellite, it's working most efficiently and practically to fulfill those mission-critical requirements of the organization. But equally, that equipment, it needs to be secure against any form of cyber attack. Imagine a situation in a highly conflict-ridden part of the world where a non-governmental organization comes in to assist a government with a disaster response environment. But there are other elements that would like to see that response, those efforts disrupted. One of the opportunities, one of the mechanisms they could use is to attack through cyberspace. All in all, the issue of cybersecurity is coming in more and more and more into these various other areas. That's just one of the reasons why we have established our own cybersecurity task force. Now, I've selected here examples of a number of collaborations and various types of events that the GVF, in fact, in this particular case, these are examples of things in which I personally have been directly involved, because I am just one member of a 3-person secretariat that runs the organization. This is a range of different events, a range of different organizations, excuse me, with which I personally have been involved, and where, to varying degrees, issues relating to cybersecurity and satellite have joined the rest of the satellite-related agenda common to many of these situations. I cited a moment ago the example of a humanitarian crisis. Recently, GVF was one of the organizations that signed up with the United Nations Emergency Telecommunications Cluster and World Food Programme to actually bring new satellite-based solutions into this particular space. But again, underpinning it are issues relating to cybersecurity. There's a whole host of events here to do with various satellite end-user markets, oil and gas, cellular backhaul, let's see, aeronautical connectivity, all of which have agendas within which cybersecurity is assuming an increasingly high focus. You see on there, on the left-hand side, a small, let's see if I can point to it here. Can't quite get onto the screen. It's an event called CABSAT, anyway, during which we run the GVF Satellite Hub, during which one particular year we were approached by the broadcasting company in the Middle East, Al Jazeera. They wanted to cover the work that we were doing on equipment installation training related to issues of radio frequency interference. And this is something that the GVF has been very, very heavily involved with. For example, with, you see the logo in the middle, the ITU, another UN agency, the International Telecommunication Union. That has been one of our major foci. But again, issues relating to cybersecurity are joining other, what might loosely be described as interference-related issues, because after all, a cyber attack is a clear mechanism by which an additional vector of interference can occur into the mission-critical operations, not only of the provider of the satellite service, but also of the user of the satellite service. Now, extending that theme, you'll see on there a couple of logos relating to Digital Ship. Now, Digital Ship is an organization which actually produces information about the increasing digitization of the maritime world, including satellite. It also runs a number of events. I've been involved in a number of those events. And I'm going to focus for the next few slides specifically on the maritime environment as one of the key end users of satellite services. Now, it, for example, is one of those commercial areas where cybersecurity now looms very large on the corporate agenda. Back at the beginning of this year, February I think it was, A number of the maritime industry associations collaborated together to produce their own industry-focused event to promote guidelines on cybersecurity on board ships. I was involved in a number of workshops that occurred at Digital Ship in Athens in June. One of my colleagues was involved at a parallel event happening in Hamburg just at the beginning of last month. The focus of these was to look at cybersecurity within the maritime context. The very existence of these programs is a further index of the extent to which various industries are now realizing that cybersecurity issues are a key part of their overall corporate agenda. Cannot be looked at as a side issue, cannot be looked at as an overhead, but must be looked at from the point of view of being central to commercial operations and the protection of those operations. Maritime is a particularly interesting one, but only one example, as I say. And one of the questions that was actually addressed at this workshop was how can maritime interests, the users of satellite services being mission critical to their operations, how can they most effectively collaborate with satellite communications solutions vendors to defend against escalating cyber threats across an increasingly diverse ecosystem of networks used to support not only SATCOM itself, but also navigation, tracking, and other mission-critical services. Consider this: an oil tanker, a liquid natural gas carrier, a dry bulk carrier, whatever type of vessel we're talking about, it's more than simply a transportation platform or a pleasure craft. They are, in essence, today, floating networks of interconnected communication, control, and information devices, ranging from switches, actuators, and valves, through to propulsion and maneuvering systems, and connected navigation and positioning equipment. There's the automatic identification system that ships have to carry to actually identify which vessel they are. Increasingly, navigation is becoming electronic. The days of the paper chart are slowly disappearing. The electronic chart display and information system, relatively new, being introduced across the industry, at least as far as vessels of a certain size are concerned, can be continually updated. It's computer-based, it's network-based, it's ones and zeros based, and potentially hackable. The same applies to GPS, and to lots of other tools that are actually used in the maritime space. If you think of a cruise ship, it can also address certain other issues as well. Think of crew welfare on board and an individual member of the crew. Bring your own device. Interfaces with the ship's own network, another potential source of threat. A passenger on a cruise liner could be bring your own device, it could be using onboard internet systems, equally can introduce potential threats into maritime networks. It became very clear, fortunately, during these various workshops that the equipment manufacturers, service providers, and the maritime industry's own stakeholders are working together to reinforce cybersecurity for an environment that's increasingly characterized by satellite-enabled IoT innovations and ship-to-shore cloud connectivity. These kinds of developments are actually transforming the maritime space. They're transforming the operation of maritime companies because they can now more efficiently track and manage their fleets, their cargoes, and their crews. Now, consider the last point here. Given that the cloud brings significant business efficiencies, enhanced operational effectiveness, brings improved levels of competition in an overheads-sensitive maritime sector, any weakness in an onboard network can arise even through something as simple as a piece of original equipment manufactured device has never ever had its security access codes updated. Simply the default is used. It never actually occurs to actually change passwords. Some of these devices on board they provide primary communications functions, like, for example, a crew member's smartphone or a cruise line passenger's smartphone. Others aren't necessarily directly in the ICT loop, but they're connected to the network. Let's say a tank monitor aboard a liquid natural gas carrier. But all of these are potential sources of weakness. Now we're in a situation where a culture of cyber awareness, the necessity for cybersecurity, is actually developing. We've heard reference to this particular expression, a culture of cybersecurity, before in this room this afternoon. And fortunately, that is now expanding. Hence, the GVFs, from its side, as the organization representing the providers of equipment and the providers of solutions, has actually established its own cybersecurity task force. Its job being to facilitate the application of industry practices that enhance security without reducing the utility and performance of VSAT, very small aperture-based solutions. Let's look at what the media has been saying over the last couple of years about the cybersecurity in the satellite environment. Intel Crawler, at the beginning of January 2014, carried a report detailing specific vulnerabilities, largely pertaining to the presence of the use of default passwords only. CERT-CC published a bulletin on one particular satellite technology, opening up doubts about the security of its firmware. We, as I said, in response to some of these announcements, identified that a response from the industry was required. It was clear as far as the industry was concerned that it was only GVF that was positioned to actually assume the role of establishing an appropriate task force. And indeed, we did so. The work of the task force is being facilitated at two levels. The GVF product security baseline, which is designed for organizations that develop and produce satellite terminal hardware and software, such as the modems and the hub equipment, and also the satellite service provider security specification, developed for the service providers that sell satellite-based connectivity. Further coverage in the media. IOActive published a widely known report, said, hey, satellite industry, you got to wake up. And interestingly, in terms of the pervasive way in which this information got into the wider, before the eyes of the wider world, was through various types of the media. There was a huge media uptake on this story, through the BBC, through Wired magazine, through the Christian Science Monitor, a total 60+ articles on this particular issue about these vulnerabilities were actually in wide circulation. So, in brief, because it isn't really possible in this particular context to go into the fine detail of either the product security baseline or the other document to which I referred, but I can say this. It's a document that's living. It's continually being enhanced. It's intended to guide how products on both hardware and software are developed by the satellite industry, including designing the hardware or software product with security as a priority from the outset, from the very beginning, providing for secure management and configuration, and establishing transparent methods to facilitate the reporting and response to potential security vulnerabilities in satellite products. This is a voluntary specification. It was produced on a consensus basis. We had full representation from right the way across our membership, from vendors, from network operators, and indeed from end users. It details requirements and recommendations for all satellite hardware and software that supports or transmits over IP version 4 or IP version 6 networks, and provides detailed requirements and recommendations for all VSAT equipment and software vendors for vulnerability management and disclosure, issues that we have heard about already in this room this afternoon. The members of our task force have full access to this specification and are beginning now its implementation. Implementation as soon as possible being something of an imperative, because we don't know, we can't foresee when vulnerabilities are going to be identified and when they're going to be detailed, and more importantly, when they are going to be exploited. And I come back again to this particular phrase, culture of security. It's got to happen, but its cost is a sensitivity. Because you may think, in not being particularly familiar with the satellite world, that the cost of one of these very small aperture terminals, the means of gaining access to networks over satellite, is an incredibly expensive issue. Going back to one of my earlier slides of the various logos, one of the events I was at, it was in Ethiopia 3 weeks ago. One of the prevailing issues about access to satellite communications are issues relating to cost, the cost of terminal equipment. But terminal equipment, the pattern over the years has been down and down and down and down. In fact, it is quite possible now to secure all the various components of a satellite terminal. You're talking in the hundreds of dollars, not the thousands of dollars. So access to satellite equipment, the ability to purchase and use it, is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So therefore, anything that adds in significantly to that pattern of declining costs is going to be looked at in very, very close detail. But as part of the culture of security, that view that it's something that, oh, it's going to add a little bit more cost, therefore we can't really do it, that has got to be overcome. That's one side of this culture of security. The second document to which I referred, it builds on the PSB. It establishes how satellite service providers can protect networks and critical components of their infrastructure, including ensuring that personnel have sufficient training on security. And I cited earlier on the work that we're doing in training related to the installation of satellite equipment and the operation of satellite equipment. I strongly suspect that in the near future, that training will actually grow to involve and include cybersecurity related issues as well. So this training on security must ensure that networks are instrumented to detect and enable effective response to potential attacks, and to establish incident response procedures within the organization. Just to wrap up on these various points. In the satellite industry, we're conscious that security scrutiny on us is higher than it's ever been. Exploitation of systems by the bad guys is being widely discussed. And naturally, we have to assume that those bad guys are paying close attention as well. And any information they could derive, any information they could obtain about our tactics, about our strategies to challenge what they are trying to do, would of course be useful information for them. That's exactly why my remarks about the nature of the PSB and the SSPSEC have been vague, not in very, very close detail, because we don't want any knowledge or appreciation of what the industry is doing to leak out to the bad guys, because they will be able to manipulate that information to their own advantage. So essentially, the GVF Cybersecurity Task Force exists as a coordination centre for the industry for the development and dissemination of satellite security knowledge. And it seeks to encourage and to support vendors in their work and the network operators in their work for the implementation of robust protection and to abandon any discredited practices if they still exist. And our purpose is to strengthen the satellite stakeholder community collaboration and preparation for improved levels of cybersecurity. To continue to work on these living documents as best practice guidelines, and to fully facilitate coordination within the industry, across the industry, with our user groups and with governments. Essentially, the closing message is that the satellite industry is innovating. It's staying proactive, and we recognize this as a vitally important front. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Are there any questions from the audience? Well, I have one. I mean, I remember some of these sort of disaster spy movies where one of the first things that happen is that the satellite gets taken over and it shoots lasers down onto. Well, that's a little bit exaggerated, or that it knocks out a significant part of the necessary communication system. In your case, you're saying that everybody who's out in the ocean with valuable cargo and with mission-critical systems running on board their ships is at risk from faults or hacks or breaches in the satellite
No
system.
different really to any other sort of environment within which commercial satellite communications are an essential part of the operation. It's just that something in the middle of the ocean, which otherwise might generally be thought of as being quite isolated, it's not isolated. Nothing is isolated these days. An aircraft at 35,000 feet, anybody that travelled on Emirates, for example, or any of the other airlines now that enable you to sit in your seat. And you don't have to keep your smartphone off or have it in flight
Well, this is
mode
Wi-Fi
now.
in the air.
Yeah, because just above your seat there is a femto or a picocell of a Wi-Fi network. And that Wi-Fi network then feeds through to an onboard, very small aperture terminal satellite system, so that any call you're making is going over a VSAT network via a satellite at 36,000 kilometers. So when you're at 35,000 feet, you're actually dependent on something at 36,000 kilometers. Similarly, you could be browsing. You could be updating your Facebook status. Many, many airlines now, in fact, there's something of the order of approaching 50 either already having implemented or in process of implementing these kinds of services, very often at no additional charge. Some instances.
But those airlines then also have they're one big bring your own device zoo.
Absolutely.
And if you brought anything on board except a Samsung 7, which you're not allowed to bring on board, but you could is it possible that someone could bring on the cyber equivalent of a Samsung 7, not something that'll physically catch fire, but something that could seriously harm the system?
But then we're operating in a context where there are multiple facets of responsibility for securing the cyberspace as far as that particular device is concerned. Because, okay, you're using the aircraft's internal Wi-Fi network, you're then using the aircraft's own very small aperture terminal. You're also using the satellite network provider service. You're actually using the satellite itself. You're also ultimately using your own operator, your own cell phone operator.
Yeah, so we are sort of...
there are multiple levels of responsibility.
We are sort of in the James Bond movie scenario where someone gets aboard with the poisonous smartphone, which in turn shuts down the communication systems of everybody on the plane, allowing, I don't know, terrorists to hijack the CEO of a big company who's on the same flight. That sort of thing is possible then.
It's not inconceivable. Put it that way. But in exactly the same way as we have to accept that it is conceivable that any sort of network that promises all sorts of protection through firewalls, through passwords, encryption, and so on and so forth, hey, how could that have happened? I found it strangely perverse a few weeks ago when it was announced that Yahoo had been hacked. You would think that the likes of Yahoo will be one of the last organizations in the world to potentially succumb to attack. And yet it does, because pretty much anything's hackable. If that wasn't the case, then maybe we wouldn't be all gathered here having this discussion.
Has anyone been inspired to ask a question from the audience? No. Okay, yeah, well, believe it or not, I'll give you my mic.
How fast actually can cybersecurity of system of a satellite can adapt to new changes in some cybersecurity breaches and zero-day attacks?
There is no reason why it need be any slower in effect than over a purely terrestrial network.
Okay, so the changes can be implemented just the next day or in a few hours?
Oh yes, yes. That's what we're working towards anyway. Yes, absolutely. There's no tangible difference otherwise.
Yeah, but the embedded systems on board a satellite, of course, are not that easy. I mean, unless you want to boost the space shuttle into geosynchronous orbit.
No, it doesn't require a guy with a wrench physically going to.
Okay.
In fact, the space shuttle couldn't get to that altitude anyway.
Aren't there sensors and things that are fastened on with a wrench, and the only way?
Not when it comes. Communication satellites at 36,000 kilometers are designed to have a lifespan of around about 15 to 17 years that certainly don't require any maintenance of that type. The kinds of changes we're all talking about here are software-based changes that will be done through the usual channels.
Right. Well, now unless there are more interesting questions. Wait. You have to, because this is all being recorded and streamed. So if you want to become world famous in the cybersecurity community, your question.
I want to ask what operating system is mostly used in satellites? It's Linux, Windows, or something special?
It will vary between different network providers, vary between different satellite operators. But the point is, fundamentally, think in terms of the satellite as being more likely than not as a bent pipe, so it's simply carrying the traffic of the original customer.
It's a suspicious question. Why does he want to know? Sure.
But basically, what's the difference between satellite and just ordinary server standing, I don't know, somewhere?
Oh, there isn't. It's just that. It's now a recognition from a stronger and firmer recognition from the satellite industry that it's playing its role along with the role played by its own customers in terms of securing the satellite the cyber security of networks that are trafficked via satellite.
Okay, but in this case, why, according to the report, why the state of the security in case of satellites is so much worse than what we're having?
I don't think it's certainly not any worse. It's simply it's gained this very, very high profile because the extent to which people outside of the satellite community are a little aware of what satellite does. Satellite is something that is thought to be, well, it is in many ways. It's very remote. It is very, very remote in space. It's a recognition that satellite systems, like any other software-based systems, are vulnerable to cyber attack, but to no greater extent than any other. It's just that it's picked up because you can see almost a more romantically think about a satellite in orbit than you can, let's say, about switches buried underground or within massive points of presence, for example. That's why. I mean, satellites have such a high profile in a way, because we think of military satellites, we think of weather satellites, we think of satellites that bring us a football match from the other side of the planet. And the satellites do have a high profile, but not particularly that well understood. But just like any system based on software, it's vulnerable. No more so, no less so, but it gets the attention because satellites have that profile in our lives.
Well, okay. Anyone else? It's getting livelier. People are asking questions. Anyway, I suppose that another thing that has been discovered is that, you know, when you get tired of sort of putting funny faces on thousands of other people's computers or whatever hackers do, then you discover this is a new area to have fun with the satellites. And an extremely dangerous area for fun and games.
Absolutely, yes. It's really has the potential actually to interfere with simultaneously with so many different facets of lives. So we do have to take it extremely seriously.
Okay, coffee break. Back, but you have a follow-up? Okay. Come on, I'll give you a chance. We have a coffee break. Those of you who want to, the coffee, I think, is back there.
Okay. Another question.
Yeah, if I'm allowed, actually.
Yeah.
So, is there any kind of auditing mechanism for satellites?
Any sort of what, sorry?
Auditing, checking the security and anything. So is there any kind of official procedures for that kind of stuff? Or every manufacturer doing it itself and there's nothing there?
Yes, pre-existing, yes, but we're trying to develop and extend and improve that. That was the reason behind the establishment of the Cybersecurity Task Force and the reason for engaging on the consensus basis on which the organisation works, extending that to cover cybersecurity issues. So the two documents that the task force has actually produced is designed to not only develop a general culture of cybersecurity, but actually to set down certain specifications, recommendations as to how that can be uniformly dealt with across the industry.
Is it publicly available, these documents, or
these documents are not publicly available, no. They are designed to be tools for the industry itself. If they became publicly available, the bad guys would get hold of them.
Okay, I'm going to just be arbitrary and say it's time for coffee for everyone, although the way people are asking questions, it seems the caffeine is already circulating in the bloodstreams here. We have something for you. Well, now we have something for you and we realize that something has been screwed up here. One of the bags, and then apparently after-party invitations, which should have been put in the bags, but they were not put in the bags. So I will give you one, and now I have to chase down everybody else. Okay.
Okay, in about 1 minute, we are going to start the rest of the presentation. So all of you drink up your coffee, have your snacks, and try to come here and sit down for the next presentation. 15:50. So, are you guys presenting together, or? No. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, so the next talk happened here, okay. The next talk, basically by Mr. Geoffrey Vaughan, is about, I guess it's like sneaky characters in nondescript looking vans, you know, parked down the street from significant installations or buildings, and it's about what these guys may have inside and what they may be doing to your cell phone network, right? Is that roughly how it goes?
I don't want to spoil it yet.
Okay.
Before I start, has anyone been to, this is my third talk today, has anyone made all three? Any hands? No? Just two? This is the third. You made all three? No. Okay. This is your second. Okay, we'll see. Maybe I've got some after party tickets to give away, so maybe by the end I'll have a worthy challenge for someone. Okay. What's on deck today? Hi, I'm Jeff. Hi, guys. It's my third talk today, and pleasure to be here with all of you. And if somebody could get a picture and tweet me with me up here in front of this backdrop, that'd be pretty amazing. So what we're going to talk about today is IMSI catchers, and if you're not familiar with those, I'll go through it and how you might go about detecting them. You're going to hear an exciting tale of my adventures in Vegas looking for them, and you're going to learn how to avoid being caught up in an IMSI catcher. So hopefully you're in the right talk, and that's where you want to be. So I'm Jeff. I'm a security engineer with Security Innovation. We do AppSec pen testing and advisory to pretty much any area of the SDLC. We help people build secure software. That's really my goal. I used to be a high school prison teacher, or high school or prison teacher, and university teacher. And I work 100% from home, so it was a big stretch to come all the way from Toronto to here to be with you today. So thank you for joining me as well. So I'm going to go through some definitions and just sort of explain the technologies a bit. I'm not going super deep on the technical level, but I'll just give you an overview so you can understand what's going on, and then we'll get into some of the work I've done. So an IMSI catcher, when you hear IMSI catcher, think any rogue cellular device designed to capture phone traffic, often used by police or government, and the most popular brand is Stingray, which is sold to police and governments by the Harris Corporation. And the IMSI is your International Mobile Subscriber Identity. It's unique to your cell phone. You actually have two. You have one for your cell phone and one for your SIM card. They can rotate, but it's what defines you on the cellular network. Then the carriers will look that up to your subscriber information to get your cell phone number, your address, stuff like that. And one thing that's really interesting around these is the vendors impose very strict NDAs around disclosure of how they're used or what their capabilities are. So you can't actually, even the police in governments and in warrant cases where they're submitting warrants to the courts, can't describe in too much detail what these technologies do as part of or they'll be in breach of the NDA. So they keep them pretty tight-lipped in terms of their capabilities. There's plenty of room down front. So this is what they look like. The one on the top left there is the Harris Stingray, and they can come in different forms. You can see them in big police vehicles with antennas coming up them, or I'm convinced you could probably get them down to the size of a cell phone with a little bit of a work, or you could just A little work with your antenna drivers or maybe a secondary antenna with your cell phone, and you might be able to just build it into the cell phone in the future. The one in the top right, I'll talk about a little bit later, but it's basically a DIY kit that you can make your own, reasonably inexpensive. This is the specifications of them. If you see in the last image, in the top left there, there's the 4 antenna jacks. That's for 4 different antennas that you can hook up. So they are capable of intercepting and monitoring 2G, 3G, 4G, or LTE communication simultaneously in both CDMA and GSM. Those are just the different types of networks that your cell phone might be on, depending on your carrier and the antennas in it. The devices can launch attacks requesting devices to connect over weaker channels. So they can jam the 4G or 3G networks, forcing you to go into the 2G network, which is of lower security and no encryption, which would then mean they could intercept all of your traffic and read your text messages and stuff like that. Even with the 3G, it's reasonable to assume that they are capable of doing that as well. There's 2 modes for an IMSI catcher, active and passive. In passive mode, it's simply just grabbing information out of the air, whatever it sees. In active mode, it's actively proxying your traffic, and it's doing its best to convince cellular devices to connect to that rogue device, and then proxy it on to a legitimate device, but in the middle, basically does a man-in-the-middle attack and intercepts all of the traffic. These are some proven stories of how they've been used. Some of these range from mundane to quite scary. This is all sourced, and there's additional information on all of the sources by a report written by Citizen Lab out of Toronto. When we think about cyber warfare and nation-state actors and human rights, the Citizen Lab is a research center focused on protecting civil liberties. So confirming the presence of a device in a target's home prior to the search thereof. So let's say you had a search warrant for a house, and you wanted to and you knew that a assailant or drug dealer or whatever was using the cell phone for their business, and you wanted to make sure the cell phone was in the house before you searched the house. They have confirmed cases of that. Identifying an individual responsible for sending harassing text messages. It's been used and documented in that case as well. So all of these, there are court documents that support these in the report. Locating a stolen mobile device as a precursor to searching a home in the vicinity. I don't know the whole backstory on that, but basically saying, hey, there's a stolen device in there in that house, we're going to go search the house now. Now, locating specific individuals by driving around a city until that known IMSI number is found. So you could pretty much just dragnet and pick up every IMSI number until you see the one needle in the haystack you find. And there are cases of them doing that. They are mounted on airplanes by the United States Marshal Service to sweep entire cities for specific mobile devices. So now you can see where everyone is all at once if you don't already have access to the cellular providers. To monitor all devices within range of a prison to determine whether or not prisoners are using cell phones that have smuggled in. Some of these, get very interesting, at least, or some, I would say, scary. Reportedly, they've been used at political protests to identify everyone participating in a protest. That's so you bring your cell phone to a protest, they're going to know, and they're going to follow up with you later. To monitor activity in offices of an independent Irish police oversight body. I don't know the full backstory on that, but when you're using it against other governing bodies, that's pretty interesting as well. So again, all the sources are there. You're welcome to look it up. These are 2 other cases. So we're talking about how much are they used. There were 1,400 confirmed cases in Baltimore alone. This came out in the last year. And actually just last month or this month. And they were predominantly used in black neighborhoods. So they took those 1,400 cases and heat mapped them around areas and then geographically around demographic, and we're able to find that those were in predominantly black neighborhoods, suggesting they were overused against various races. And then thousands of times in Florida since 2007, for crimes as small as someone hanging up on a 911 operator, dialing 911 and hanging up, and then they would go around with this IMSI catcher. So they are widely in use. It's hard to find documentation about it because they come out years later in court documents and through Freedom of Information requests, so you don't always know a lot. I know that the RCMP in Canada are using them as well as other European nations, but I haven't seen any. You've probably heard more of specific cases than I have in the EU. The manual for how to use one of these things was leaked this summer, so that's an interesting read if you want to have a look at that. It goes into depth about the capabilities, how they're used. What features and options are available in different models. Now this is a relatively old document, but it only finally came out now. Where to buy one? Unfortunately, they're only sold to government, police, and military with those strict NDAs and high-level service contracts. I can only imagine how much they're paying for them. But for $1,400, you can build your own. There's the link. I'm not telling you to go build your own. You're probably illegal in most areas because you don't have the rights to broadcast at that frequency. I don't know where the gray areas are around just observing that frequency. That might be a different case. So, in terms of strategies to find one of these devices, there aren't really any good detection methods. They're entirely anomaly-based. And what that means is you have to basically walk your entire neighborhood and make note of all cell phone towers and IDs and you find and their location. So you walk around and you identify everyone you can. And you continue to do this for a while until you're sure you found all of them. And then you have to continuously monitor your area to see if any new ones pop up. And when those new one pops up, you suspect it's an IMSI device, so you go and find it, and then you can go and ta-da, you found it. What do you win? I don't know. So there's some tools to help you out. There's OpenCellID, which is interesting. It's a database of mostly user-reported cellular data, their devices, and the location identifiers. Problem with this is if I was a large government and wanted to place an IMSI catcher in a particular location permanently, I would just send that data to OpenCellID as well, and then it becomes part of the set. So there's no real verification on this. AIS, so Android IMSI Catcher Detector app, is the tool that I used in this work, and it's basically every tower device you connect to, it logs it, and then you can map it and analyze it. And you can compare it against the OpenCellID data, which is what I did. It does require a rooted device, so you probably wouldn't use it on your regular everyday device, which makes it harder for you to detect them because you'd always have to carry two phones with you. And then at the same time, when I was in Vegas this summer at DEF CON, I was walking around looking for IMSI catchers. Eric Escobar was presenting on a device he built for $50 where you can better triangulate devices. And he presented this year, the white paper's there, and I haven't seen the video yet, but it's available to you as well. Yes. So that's for $50. My guess is his is probably much better at finding the exact location than a mobile device. So I'm still to build a couple of those. All right, so it's story time. Just by show of hands, anybody not familiar with Black Hat or DEF CON? Vegas? It's okay if you don't want to admit it. Anybody been? Was anybody there this year? Okay, so I'm going to go under the assumption that you don't have first-hand experience about the conference or anything like that. So first thing you need to know is that before you go to DEF CON or Black Hat, everyone warns you about how dangerous the networks are in Las Vegas during Black Hat or DEF CON. Now, accounts range, depending on who you talk to, from a hostile network to the most hostile network on Earth. Now, I'm a hacker, and when I hear the most hostile network on Earth, I think, can I think of any more hostile networks? So I tried to think about some, and I thought, well, I'm sure there's some countries where tweeting views in opposition to the ruling regime is probably pretty dangerous. It might get you a visit or interrogation or any sort of prison or anything like that. So that seems like it'd be a pretty hostile environment to tweet in or anything like that. And then I remembered the Arab Spring, where people were holding out their phones and getting shot at by snipers while trying to take pictures of police brutality. So those seem like pretty hostile networks to me. How does DEF CON compare to those during the week in Vegas? That's what I wanted to find out. So instead of taking a broad approach, I decided to narrow solely on wireless. I didn't want to focus on everybody. Everybody knows, yeah, you don't use the hotel wireless, but what about the cellular networks, or what about other networks? So I decided to focus on the GSM cellular network, because that's the type of phone I had, was a GSM cell phone. So before I get too deep into the work I did, I need to go on a bit of a rant. Bear with me, please. Personally, I pride myself on someone who cares deeply about the security and privacy of regular people. One of my core values is to help people be safe online and in their daily activities, and one of my talks earlier today was actually on the same subject. So I feel that as a hacker or security professional, it is my job or duty to educate and share our knowledge with the broader public. All that said, what are we doing to help the people who just happen to come to Vegas during Black Hat or DEF CON? Are they to be unknowingly swept up in the mass dragnet of surveillance and exploitation that occurs at this conference? Many of us, like personally, I took measures to protect myself, but people who are just on their vacation probably didn't take those same measures. And I think of the couple who just goes on their vacation to get away from their kids for a week, and they do things like use the ATM or connect to the hotel wireless to book a show ticket or something like that. Should their entire bank account be compromised because of that? I feel pretty bad about that, and whether or not that is the case is debatable. But I often found myself striking up conversations with people around the casino and bars or elevators who were in town, but not for the conference. We'd talk, and I'm a pretty friendly guy. I talk to most people. So the conversation would lead to things like why they were in Vegas and why I was in Vegas, and then I'd have to tell them why I was in Vegas and that I was a hacker, and that would usually elicit some sort of response around fear and, oh my God, am I safe? I was like, well, I would probably say something to the extent of I maybe wouldn't recommend using the hotel wireless this week because there's 40,000 of us in town, and it's probably not the safest thing, just because people like to hack stuff. And then I'd maybe give them advice on how to better secure their devices, things like two-factor authentication, and maybe use the cellular networks or LTE while they're here. But it still made me feel pretty crappy. I didn't feel good about it. And I witnessed other people do the same thing, maybe with a little less finesse than me, and it was more of a fear mongering. And I don't really like that. So I think as an industry, we need to think about the rhetoric or message we're sending. I would much rather go to a conference and be able to tell people, yeah, it's great. You could, while you're in Vegas, use the HackerNet because it's the safest one in the world. And your data will be safe. I realize that might not get to that point, but I wish that would be the case, or we could aspire to less than the most hostile network on Earth. That would be a good first step, I think. Okay, so end of rant, and let's move on with the show. So before DEF CON, I had this vision in my mind and of how this work would go. I had this idea that I would take my cell phone, I'd walk around Las Vegas until I identified this rogue cellular device, this IMSI catcher. I was like, aha, I'm going to find you. And then I would, in my mind, the conversation would go, I'd approach the person or individual, I'd say, hey, can I see what's in that backpack? I'm kind of curious. Or I'd walk up to a hotel room and I'd figure it out, I'd narrow it down, I'd knock on the door, and what would happen next would either be, hey, that's really cool, let's see this. Here, yeah, I'm happy to show you all what I'm doing. Or it could go completely the other way. It might be the best version of a game called Spot the Fed at DEF CON if you're not familiar with it. You have to consider that with that many hackers in the area at one time. It creates a target-rich environment for federal authorities to buy people drinks, to get them to slip and talk about all the illegal activity they're doing. So a lot of federal authorities do attend in plain clothes, and some of them just come because they think it's cool too, and that's all right. So DEF CON has a game that if you can spot the Fed and you can prove that they're working or trying to get information out of you, you win a t-shirt and maybe a pitcher, and their reward is they get to go sweep the parking lot. So in my mind, that's what I was trying to accomplish, was just to identify and tangibly say, this is an IMSI catcher. I wish they weren't using it. Tell me about it. So that's the most hostile stuff I was talking about. It's my setup. I have the Android IMSI catcher detector app with my burner phone. Next time it syncs with OpenCell ID, but before I left, it wasn't quite working properly for me. So I just analyzed the data afterwards. In future, I would have synced it better in advance. My company, for us at DEF CON, that's our big, everybody gets together. We work all across North America, so it's our one chance to get together as a team. So we'd go out in the limo and go to dinner and everything like that. While doing that, I was collecting data of all the towers I was driving by. So that's me war driving the strip in style. Oh, that's spoiler alert. So some of the things I found, that real-time analysis and exact location was pretty tough. So I decided to just collect the data and analyze it after. As I was walking around, I was like, this isn't making sense. It's not quite working. It's not getting the right data. So I'm just going to collect and analyze after. So here's what I found. So what I did was I walked Vegas beforehand, all the areas of the conference, collected all the tower data, and then after the conference, I looked at my data again from having going around. So here's what I found. Please don't freak out. So before the conference and after the conference, there's a few more dots there. Don't freak out yet. So to the casual observer, this looks really bad. And at first glance, I would agree. I was concerned. I was like, what the heck? Was there that many IMSI catchers in Vegas while I was there? Like, this would confirm all of my thoughts. I knew that this isn't my main area of expertise. I do a lot of mobile app assessments and mobile reverse engineering, but not as much in the cellular network areas. So I knew that I needed to do a little more research. And as I analyzed the data, I started comparing the results to OpenCell ID, which is the user database of discovered cellular devices. When I researched the Barris-Bally's area of Las Vegas, I found that in many cases there were multiple redundant devices, and this is to handle the load of a lot of people in a very small area. So what you would see is that you could have multiple devices, might have 3 antennas with 3 unique IDs, and you would have caught all of them, just depending on what time you walked through. So you'd really have to walk through this dozens of times before you'd be sure you caught every device. And even still, there could have been someone multiple floors, so unless you're walking every floor, there's potential of you missing a lot. All right, so let's do the next one. So there could have been so I acknowledge that there's probably lots of false positives in that data. There could have been multiple redundancy devices, and there could have been some GPS issues as well. The GPS accuracy on mobile devices is something to be desired. If I had identified a road one, I probably could have got within 20 to 40 feet of it, but any closer I think would have been a challenge for sure. I would have been just relying on if I could see any suspicious characters, which at DEF CON is everyone. So I then excluded all devices that were reported to OpenCell ID, and this is what's left. Sorry, the red dots are on there. They're a little small. I didn't realize the TV was this small, but those red dots represent the devices that I did not see in my preliminary walk and were not already known to OpenCell ID. There's about 12 of them. So those are 12 devices. Are they all IMSI catchers? I don't know still. It's possible that one of these is a IMSI catcher, but I'm not sure. There was reports that someone was arrested for using an IMSI catcher while at DEF CON. That did circle around, whether it was rumor. I believe it to be true, but I haven't seen a confirmed police report or anything. So I don't know. It's possible. So, but the next one is a little peculiar. So before I was at Paris, where I was staying for DEF CON, the few days before, I had a nice vacation at Caesars and attended Black Hat a little bit. So I spent 3 nights in Caesars before DEF CON, and what was weird was lots of towers were picked up while I was sleeping. And it suggests a bit of a drive-by attack or a flyover, but I wasn't sure. So I was also seeing a lot of things. My phone was jumping. It would alert me every time it changed networks, and it was alerting me all night that it was changing networks between LTE and GSM or 3G or 2G, and it was picking up all these towers. So that looked pretty peculiar. And when I removed the OpenCell ID ones, it left me with 4. So at least 4 of these devices were previously not known to OpenCell ID, and I did exclude a couple others, but they had only been seen once or twice before. So there were 4 that had definitely never been seen before, and this is where, with other devices, there might be 30 or 40 reported sightings of a cellular device. So to not have seen one is just, it could be new, there could be other explanations. So that's possible. It's possible. And it suggests, given the concentration, that there was either somebody driving down the road or flying over the area while I was sleeping doing that. I can't confirm it, which sucks. So part of my research is, hey, I was actively looking for these devices and I couldn't easily find one. If you looked at your device right now, you wouldn't know if you were connected to one, like if I have one in my bag or anything. I don't, but you wouldn't know, and that sucks. So, well, do you care? And that depends on your personal threat model. If you care about a government knowing where you are, and we saw the reasons and how they're used, if they check to know if you're home, if they check to know where you've been, if you were in the neighborhood of a protest while it was going on, right? So, solutions. Don't use your device. Sorry, if you don't want to be caught up in this, don't use your device. I was talking to a reporter about this issue, and we were brainstorming some ideas and getting around it, but I'm convinced that if you did Wi-Fi calling over a VPN, you wouldn't be caught in an IMSI catcher, and if you were in Vegas using DEF CON wireless, then you'd run the risk of being caught on the network, but if you were doing a VPN, maybe you'd be a little bit better off. So, or if you were just in a normal situation, not at DEF CON, you could use the VPN with Wi-Fi calling and be of a reasonable assurance that you wouldn't be caught by one. If you're concerned, SMS is completely plain text messaging, so I would recommend Signal, which is made by OpenWhisper. It's an app for end-to-end encryption between people. And they were recently sued by the government, and they said, sorry, we don't have anything to give you. We don't keep any data. So they just pretty good evidence that they have your back. I think that if a wireless carrier published the tower IDs, you could at least know if an ID matched or not. It would take some work on their part, keeping that up to date. But then it would also lead to device spoofing, and you would increase you'd make all those stingrays obsolete, but then they'd have to go buy more because they'd have to have a new feature with the ability to detect or to spoof devices. And then I would argue we should pressure wireless carriers to implement mutual authentication between devices. Currently, you authenticate, the tower authenticates the user is allowed to connect to the network, but not the user is not authenticating that the tower is valid. So that would be a big step forward in the protocols. So if I had some conclusions, I would say that they're very hard to detect. This is what makes them so dangerous, and you rarely know when you're connected to devices. I wish I could be more helpful to you. It's pretty... Thank you. It's been a wonderful visit. Thank you for the audience.
Well, thank you. And I've got to say that this ranks as the creepiest presentation that I've heard here.
Thanks.
I don't know, there may have been
That's
others.
what I was going for.
Yeah, there may have been others. Are there any questions? Turn off all your devices and then ask.
Did anybody...
Yes.
Just a second, though. Some more people came in. Has anybody been to all 3 of my talks today? No, the other 2 are pretty full. You've been to 2. All right.
All right. Yes, I will give you the mic because all of this is being streamed. And
can you make a Stingray replica device by having a full duplex separation of USRP board? And
sorry.
If you have a full duplex separation of USRP board, like an 600, which has a full duplex, can you make a Stingray replica?
Yeah, the demo I showed you uses, you can buy your own for 1,400. I think you could probably get that down to 500 with the, is it the Hack RF or the Blade RF? One's full duplex, one's half duplex.
It's just USRP board, they have full
Yeah,
duplex.
any full duplex RF generator will do it. So this one uses, I think, either the Blade or the Hack RF, or maybe, I think you could probably get it down to about $500. I'm convinced with maybe very specific antennas and very specific devices, you could probably get that a little cheaper. So yes, is your answer. That's how they did it with this demo.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that was a slightly creepy question person there.
If you build one, let me see.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? No. Nobody is scared of this. Nobody else is a journalist who might be being followed by 3 or 4 of our country's many security agencies who are basically spend most of the time chasing each other's tails. But so I don't know. I even don't have a question. I just know now when not to go to Vegas. So not that I go there very often, but and I hope get your presentation and look in some of these links. But these IMSI devices are used mainly by security forces, police and intelligence agencies.
Yeah, it's predominantly a government agency or entity that's using them.
And the ones that are possibly engineer friend there, maybe building
Now,
in her garage.
That being said, there's known documentation of, for instance, Mexican drug lords deploying their own cellular networks, or other areas of the world that people will deploy their own networks because it's better or more efficient or more secure than the
What about private eyes, private detectives who, get hired to find out, if somebody's partner or spouse or something is up to something?
So the FCC in the States is challenging this, the EFF is challenging this in the States with the FCC, saying we can't petition Congress to say you can't use these devices because it's not getting anywhere, but let's go through the FCC and say you don't have the legal right to broadcast on that bandwidth, and you don't have the licensing to broadcast, so you're violating the law in that regard. And they're trying to tackle it from a frequency use perspective.
These devices have to broadcast in order to be effective.
So
they're not just passive.
Well, I said there was passive and active.
Yeah.
The active ones are certainly more dangerous. The passive ones would pretty much just collect your SMS over an insecure channel or break the crypto. The 3G
Can they locate you?
And they can locate you,
well,
yes.
that's where, as I
And
said,
they
a private detective bureau.
And they can catch your IMSI value, which would allow you to would allow them to look you up in terms of your phone number, your address, and billing information.
So what are the possible, you can even look at the legality of security agencies, intelligence agencies following you around in different ways, but what are the possible private and unsanctioned or illegal uses of these gadgets?
Take your pick. If you can get So just last week, there was a report that came out on somebody who was deploying their own base stations over the LTE network, and then they were launching attacks over LTE to people who connected to it, or to the devices that connected to it. So then you're thinking about how does your device was certainly designed to handle text messages and other types of data, but what happens if you start sending malformed packets or you start fuzzing it? Then you look at areas where you could potentially remotely exploit the devices or send fake text messages or anything like that. Send phishing links right to anybody, anybody walks by in the area, connects to that network, and then you send them phishing text messages, right? And get them to click and then further exploit them from there.
Okay. So you can get your fourth bag here.
Yeah, it gets me more.
There's a question in the back. I will bring you the microphone so that you will be recorded and made.
Sorry, I'm somehow missed it. How can I detect by which tower my phone is operated?
Yeah, how to find and detect IMSI catchers. You wouldn't know if your phone was connected to it right now. If you have an app, you could know what tower you were connected to.
So there's an app for that. So I can like know I've been operated by tower here or there.
Yeah, you would. There's a couple other apps in this space as well. The one I use I mentioned, but you can download this app and it'll tell you which device you're connected to. If you don't trust that particular tower, you can blacklist it. And then you're choosing to blacklist that tower and you'll connect to another tower instead.
But I mean, you can't see the location of the tower?
Well, you have a general idea based on signal strength and your GPS location.
Yeah.
And then if you wanted to walk around further, you could trilaterate it by going to different points, taking measurements and
that's what you said. If you see there's no tower, so you can go and explore and see if there's any.
So when I say towers, in rural areas, there are definitely towers, but in areas like this, they're no bigger than a home router.
Yeah.
Right? With additional antennas on it. So you might see, I didn't check, I could pull up my app, we could see how many we could find in the building with some reason. I'm sure there's more than a couple.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, what the app that allows you to detect what tower you're on doesn't tell you whether that's a good tower or a bad tower.
No, it doesn't.
So it doesn't. So is there an app to find the dark towers?
No, the only way is to have some sort of anomaly-based detection where you know all the good ones in your area, and then when a new one pops up, you get suspicious. It's the only way right now.
Okay, if it's not announced by one of the operators here used to often, celebrate every tower out in the middle of podunk nowhere, Latvia, with a press release. Okay, any more questions? This is interesting. This affects all of us who have phones in our pockets and are being followed by evil forces. So, okay.
There's one more at the back.
Right. Okay. I'll have to give you the mic, and I have to.
You guys are grilling me today.
Thanks for the presentation. Question about locating those stingrays or false towers. Actually, you can put those towers on the map only based on signal strength from one device and your own coordinates.
Right.
So seeing distributed dots on the map means that there was kind of several signals with several strengths.
Yes. So that's the other thing that was questionable around the Caesars Tower data I showed you. Is at night, Vegas goes to sleep eventually, maybe by 4 or 5 in the morning, and the usage of cellular towers goes down, and potentially the noise in the area goes down, which means you might see a tower from further away that you wouldn't see during the day.
So actually, developers of the application could improve that to triangulate.
Yes, so you could do it manually currently, or you could improve on the app to better focus and triangulate with it.
Okay, thanks.
Feature request, you're welcome to code it.
Yeah, feature request.
That's a good question too, yeah.
Okay, anyone else with a question? You can earn yourself. I think he's been given a pile of these after-party things, so you can earn yourself an after-party invitation if you. Well, Okay, I think then we'll move on. I'm supposed to give you this. I even had one brought up here because there is one in there. Yes. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. But okay, so we are moving on to our last presentation. Everybody can sort of get up and stretch, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. That's yeah, right. Okay. So, in about a minute or so, if you could all gather again, unless you're planning to depart, having been scared by the previous speaker and going home to check out what cell towers you live near and what they may be doing to you. This is...
Can I take this mic really actually with me? Or you haven't
well, the people who run the video stream discourage wandering around like I've been doing, but I've been going out to give the mic to people. So I would suggest that you try to stick around there. This is not like the annual Oracle conference where you have a big stage and where everybody goes prancing around the stage, you know, with the rock band and the dancers in the background. So. I don't know if they can afford to do that anymore.
It's kind of difficult, but I'll try to stick around.
Talking about Oracle about 10 years ago, but okay.
Let me see if I can find my presentation. Do you know where would that be by any chance?
Yeah, well, you have not put have you put yours up?
Yeah, that's my name.
Right, yeah, well, these are the missing presentations.
Oh, these are the missing ones?
These are the ones, yes, so you can...
So where would I get mine then?
Did you mail it to them?
Yeah,
oh,
I
no.
did, yeah. I did.
Okay.
Okay, let me double check here.
Because
no, there is. I think there should be.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No,
all right, okay. Got it.
Okay. Is there any way I can email now, actually?
Pardon?
Is there any way I can email now, really, in that case? Or is there any way I can turn
No, is it there?
I have on my phone, actually.
Yeah, but there it is. Oh, that's just a schedule.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
Okay, mail it on your... I don't know how to...
Do we have...
You don't have it on a...
No, I don't have a USB stick, actually. Let me see if I have a Bluetooth over here.
I was right when I said the unwanted guest here is Charlie Foxtrot.
Let me see. Show Bluetooth.
Okay, maybe I can try to get in touch with somebody from the organizers.
Yeah, if you could. Actually.
Okay, I will do that.
Just
the list was there simply that I should remind those persons, and they all came with.
Okay. I'm just going to try and see if I can.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's an email address attached to that computer or not.
Yeah, have you? Okay, I'll email you then in that case, yeah? That'll be easier, yeah, sure. 1 second.
Okay, yeah, that would save us a bit of time.
Yeah, sure. I'm just checking if I can use the Bluetooth over here, actually. I'm not sure if it'll work or not. Just trying to see if I can transfer. Oh dear, downloads. That's not a good start. It's already late, I believe, isn't it? I think we're already late anyways. So where is it? It's probably here. Share. Bluetooth. And this one is... Let's see. Hopefully be the last one, yeah. That is the last one, yes, that's true. Works.
We are solving a technical issue here with a presentation, but if you, I think it should not take us more than, what, another minute or two to fix. And then I hope those of you who are not the cleaning staff who's supposed to clean this place up after at the end of the day can come in here and listen to the last presentation.
Yeah, if you can, yeah, actually, yeah. But even then, if it's on your, that'll be on your computer then. How would we get it on? Okay.
Who has a flash? You can send it to me as well.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, I wouldn't get it off. I don't have a computer. I have one iPad.
You turning on the Bluetooth? It doesn't even download anyways. So I think more likely I will have to send it to you, I think. It doesn't even download anyways.
For a laptop, I just had my
Yeah.
iPad with a...
No, and nobody told me actually there was a missing presentation here, so I couldn't. No, it's not great. Okay. Do you want to type your email ID so at least I can forward it to you? 1 second, I'll just cancel this. Doesn't even work, does it? Yeah, do you want to type?
As I said, I hope we will quickly solve this issue here, and looks like we're on the way. Are we?
Hopefully. Hopefully that should work.
Okay, we have a small technical delay here for those of you who are waiting for the next presentation, and it's being fixed now, I think. Yeah, there's not many of us left here. The last of the... Are you on the Wi-Fi here? There's a what?
There was a Wi-Fi puzzle on the wall.
Ah, there is, yeah. It's you are selling with LTE?
Yeah, I've been using it for the,
It's spice in English, at least pizza in Latvian, and then and 7, numeral 7, DEBISIS, debesis. Yeah, okay. Uppercase for the whole, the D, uppercase D, yeah, uppercase. Okay, and then you can try again. As I said, we're about to you know, of course, fortunately, the good news is that this is the last presentation of the day, and you know that gets sort of F-worded up. That's not so bad. Yeah.
I can make it a discussion rather than it's something to talk about at least.
Yeah, has it come to the?
Yes.
Her.
The email actually. No, nothing yet. Okay, I think probably.
This guy has he's got an editing laptop. He can't screw around with that.
I have on the phone actually, but it's. Let me try that as well.
You can't Bluetooth it to her computer? That's your laptop? Did you try to Bluetooth it to her laptop?
We didn't try actually because we couldn't download the presentation. That was the problem, but I'll try it again. Maybe it would be. It's still down here. I think it's a Wi-Fi. Okay, I'll put it down right here. So I'll send it to you on the Bluetooth.
See, that list was made up on the presumption that I would simply tell the people, you know, if you're so and so, you know,
yes,
take it off your flash. You know.
Yeah. I should hopefully have it now in the next few seconds.
Because the file is corrupted?
No, I don't know. No, there isn't. No, he doesn't have it. He has it on his phone.
It's still secure.
He's trying to send it. It's too secure. Exactly. He's trying to send it. This is over security.
Are you going on the email too? Perfect. Okay. Excellent.
So we are a few minutes away from starting and express our expressing our regrets for this. But you know, as I said, having a technical. What would a IT conference be without our friend, the technical glitch, the gremlin coming in, screwing something up? So.
I could pull this out actually, couldn't I?
Pardon? Yeah, you could. Yeah. You're not supposed to roam around with the phone. I mean, with the microphone because.
Okay.
This is what.
Yeah. Sure.
The people who are streaming us want to be able to focus on either the speaker or people asking the questions. And I must apologize because I've been wandering into his frame all the time with, you know, in my efforts to give somebody the mic.
Here, yeah. Over the next few seconds. Yeah. And we should have it. This one, yep. I'll put it here for now, and then run from there. I'll give you the disk. So I'll just confirm if it's. I didn't see it here. Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties there. Sorry about that, really. So I'll probably run through it quite quickly, really. I probably wouldn't go through. Were you on my first talk this morning by any chance? Any of you, probably? Were you around, really, with the first talk? Because there's a quick introduction of me, then I'll probably continue with the introduction then. So that's me at 5 years of age on my 5th birthday in a police uniform, actually. So that clearly tells that I wanted to be a police officer. That plan's never worked out, so probably I'm not one, really, so that you can see that. But I've got a Twitter name which says something similar like that. So anyway, that's what I've been in IT for nearly 17 years now, since 1999. I've been in various roles, really, technologies and business roles and different various stuff, really. And passionate about cyber things, writing a book on cybersecurity. Quick agenda, why do you need a security culture? How do you build one? Strategies on that, and some key takeaways for it. So why do you need a security culture? The first thing, probably, it reminds me of a quote from Bruce Schneier, you might know probably, is amateurs hack systems, professionals hack people. And it's absolutely true even today, really. More than 90% of the cybercrime actually is initiated by someone, a user, an uninformed user, clicking on a link and infecting their own PC. This is how most of the cybercrime actually initiates. It may not be the only way, of course, there are many other technical ways, of course, but why would someone actually try and break into systems when they can break into people even more easier without any hard work with that? So it's absolutely crucial to have informed people, and that's what the whole talk is about in this one. So ISACA did a survey actually sort of early this year, and talked about the biggest threats to the organizations, and social engineering and insider threats were on the top itself. Social engineering is the key to this because we have users who get social engineered into it, and this is how we start, all the crime statistics. So looking into the social engineering side, we're mainly going to be focusing, if we look in the phishing statistics, there was a report a couple of weeks ago which was released by RSA, and it confirmed that they had probably seen more than 300% increase in a year itself, and that's a massive thing. Today we've seen quite a few speakers who've talked about phishing campaigns, and they've been quite impressive the way they've been doing it. How can we solve the problem actually with this? So we need to have something in place to make these users informed about the threats out there, because if the users are not informed, they probably go and click something which tries and infects the PC, and this is how things start. So security awareness is an ability of a user to either recognize by avoiding bad behaviors or practicing some good behaviors. So either you make them aware that what the bad behaviors are actually, so they don't compromise the security of your business, and similarly you tell them how to practice some good behaviors. That's all it's all about. The focus is not actually only on behaviors, but the end goal is about getting a change in the culture of the business. And in the short term, it can help by just changing behaviors, which actually leads into change in the culture in the long term. So you want to focus on the short-term behaviors actually, and have the goals as you're changing the culture basically in that respect. What are the other reasons you may need awareness or the culture in your organization is regulatory reasons. Maybe your regulator does require you to conduct sessions, trainings, education. Most of the regulators actually do require anyways. PCI, SOX, or any other GDPR, all of these actually sort of in some way or the other do enforce some kind of requirements, basic requirements for you to follow really. So it can be regulatory focused, or it can be compliance focused, or you could be working on best practices like ISO 27000 or the likes, NIST or CIS controls and stuff. All of them actually recommend training users on the cybersecurity threats. The other thing might be data security initiatives. So initiatives might be various around the data protection and data loss prevention kind of areas really, where you're looking to actually secure data. So even if you want to secure data, you would want to probably make the users aware about how to secure, how to classify, how to handle the data, handle the sensitive data itself. So you need to have some kind of awareness campaign, some kind of education component in that respect. Awareness is just one part of your whole program. So ideally your program might look like, something like this, where there are not hundreds of things, at least these are the minimum set of areas you want to focus on. And awareness is just one area of your program, of your information security management program. Talking about the culture, so how do you build it from the start? Say, suppose, in this, among these users, by the show of hands really, how many of you actually do have awareness campaign in your business at this moment, actually, an awareness program? Is there one at the moment running at this moment? Do you have one? Good. Is that more like compliance focused, do you think, or is it more because of a requirement there? Is it just because to follow some practice because you have to be ISO 27000, or you have to report it to PCI or some other regulators?
I work in a local bank, so probably mostly driven by regulatory compliance and just, all of that.
Yeah. Generally it's sort of, most of the organizations in the past have been kind of regulatory driven, which is the compliance driven and kind of areas really, and it generally happens once a year, and that's it really probably. So we got to make it more effective in that. To make it more effective, we got to look at different ways of it really. So the first thing is to get a buy-in actually from the business in terms of the security awareness. When you would probably walk and talk to your senior stakeholders, they would say, why would you want it? What would be your main driver for this really actually? What is the main reason? How can it benefit the business in terms of things? So I did prepare a little bit of chart on, some of the things you want to probably talk about, that if you didn't had one, and if you had all your employees uninformed about the threats, and if you had a compromise, these are the different loss kind of things you want to look at. And it probably, defines itself, because if there was a breach, this is like according to the UK standards. So ICO fines actually a maximum up to 500K if there was a breach. And in fact, we've seen TalkTalk. I don't know if you might know much about TalkTalk, which got compromised last year. Around 150K user records were stolen, and they had to pay around 400K as a fine to the ICO. So it is quite serious in that respect. That's quite an example actually for the senior stakeholders to take note of, that this is serious really, and they need to do something about it. And there are many other parameters. I mean, of course, the TalkTalk lost actually, because I'm taking an example, because the most recent example, they lost around 60 million in costs to remediate this particular whole of the situation, the breach situation. So they lost around 60 million. That's a massive amount of money really as well. And again, the cost could go in millions basically. So what we're trying to do is basically spend probably thousands, not even, massive amount in doing security awareness, making your, users aware about what to look for, what to be and how to practice some good behaviors. By having that, you're just spending quite less compared to what you could probably end up. So this is one of the ways actually we could probably get the buy-in from the business. So the second thing would be is to get your roles and responsibilities in place. So have some governance structure in your program itself. So who's going to be doing what in that respect? Who's going to be, you want to have at least few teams as a minimum, like the HR involved with this, because they are the ones the closest with the people. So you want to have, because you're working on the culture of the organization, the HR is the best placed department where you can start with. The second people would be the comms and the marketing and those guys really, because they know how to craft messages which can make sense to the people actually, rather than, IT handling this particular part of it, because IT are technically not sort of, by default, people, social people, they are more they talk more to systems than to people actually. So in that case, if you think about it, it's more about getting the right people in the place actually for this particular job. Same thing, you need sponsors, you need absolutely good commitment, support from the C-level executives, from your senior stakeholders. Unless you have good support from them, this program would not get your right results, what you're looking for. First thing you want to get is get a sponsor, get your buy-in first. Get your actually commitment from the C-level or the stakeholders to commit that they would be supporting this particular program, and why would they need to. So get marketing involved, get comms involved, get human resources involved, because they're the closest people actually to this, to the culture thing. Make it relevant again. This is the absolutely crucial point. So once you've got the buy-in, once you've got the roles and responsibilities in place, make it relevant to the organization. There are many different things you want to look at is operations, like, what kind of industry does that business work in? Is it like a charity? Is it a business? Is it an organization? Is it sort of a military? What kind of organization it is? Demographics, is it like a small to medium business, a medium to large, spread across many offices, single office? Demographics is absolutely important there again. So you can target exactly how to define it, because if it's a global organization, you want to look at different languages, maybe different laws may be different for different groups of people or different parts of the other parts of the world. So culture, what kind of management culture is at the moment actually? Is it too strict? Is it too restrictive? Is it too lenient in that respect? You want to take all these things into account. Again, make it targeted. So if you're focusing on particular groups of people actually in the business, you want to make it absolutely targeted to those people. If they are people actually from finance, you want to make sure that it has something that will catch their interest rather than your interest. You've got to look at their interest first than your interest. Of course, the message has to get through still, but you have to make sure that you tailor it according to your groups of people actually in that case. The IT might have different targets, so you might have to have more technically focused presentations or content for the IT and stuff. So make it very targeted actually in that respect. Again, regulatory and legal laws will drive your main program as well, really, in that case. So make it relevant, make it interesting for them to be interested in your program. Be creative with this. Now, delivery could be in many different ways. The way we've seen is actually some of the ways I've seen work in my place, in my organization, is classroom-based, in person. speaking to people, engaging with people actually really creates a good effect. Rather than, most of the programs are actually compliance-based. They are sort of, once in a year, they probably send across videos. Somebody has to watch them, sign off, say that, okay, they've ticked it, they've done it, they've taken 10 questions of it, they passed, and they get a certificate, and that's it. Generally, that's the general way of doing things. But I think we have to be more creative with that, really. I think the more you engage with the people, the more you talk about things, the more interest you get from them is, this is how it generally works. Get sort of lunch and learn sessions, because everybody likes a free lunch. But there is nothing like a free lunch. So there is a catch there, really. So lunch and learn sessions actually work quite well, actually, with most of the people there. Only 15 minutes, you can definitely get their attention for 15, 20 minutes. It's not a lot to ask, to be honest. Get some posters out there in the building, across the building, to make sure that you have, you are reminding them in every way, actually, in that case. Because having a program once, is not enough. The more reminders you have, it just affects them in, reminding them basically and changing their behaviors in that respect. Get some newsletters out once in a quarter, actually. Once in a quarter, get some, one newsletter about, different new threats or different talks about, how there are different social engineering scams, something for them to remind again, basically. Have some forums. If you have the facility of a website or something in your sort of business, have some forums. Let people talk about it. The more they talk, the more they learn from that. So, and the more they feel interested. Make it, one more point which I probably missed here is make it as personal to them as possible. Because the way we designed our program actually from the scratch, because we had a non-existent, so we started from all the scratch, or we had a compliance base actually rather not existent, but it was more compliance based. So the way we started was to make it personal for them to take ideas that they can use it at home. If that really worked for them because it connected them, because they were looking at things for home protection rather than, at work. And they did bring the same behaviors. So when they did different things like, when they had phishing emails, they would do all the investigations, what probably they would do at home, and then they do practice the same kind of behaviors even at work. That worked both the ways for us in that case. So changing, behaviors in that case in their personal life would really connect with them rather than, just talking about work things, because that doesn't really connect with them. Security is not their job. Security is, supposed to be, or they expect that security is about IT's job. So the best thing is to connect with them in terms of personal level, and that really works. There people actually do even e-learning modules like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, kind of modules where they send across in some short burst of videos once in a while. That also works well, I've noticed, really. Workshops, demonstrate. The more you demonstrate, the more they see the actual things happening, how it happens. You can even show them, like, say if there was a malware infection, if they clicked on something, how the PC would behave, how it probably would impact. They would not know anything but, about it, but it would be something learning for them. Workshops actually do really well for them as in that case. So be as creative. I mean, these are some of the ideas I had, really be as creative as possible. When you design your program, you've got to have some kind of statistics you're going to be measuring it against. So define your statistics, what you're going to be measuring on actually well in advance of it. You don't want to be taking too many sort of, parameters for it. Maybe just pick 2 or top 3 parameters that really affect your business. It might be phishing, it might be, social, and it might be some other kind of malware attacks. Just pick 1 or 2 or 3, top 2 or 3 basically. Once you know exactly top 2 or 3 are your parameters you'll be measuring against, you can actually, judge at the end of the program whether it has affected in any better way in that respect. So the less number of, metrics, it'll help you actually to sort of gain a better advantage in that case. So in the maturity model, depending on where you are on this chart, you could probably be compliance focused. You want to probably drive into the awareness or the promoting the awareness and behavior change. You want to design the program in that respect. Wherever you are, you can start from anywhere and then keep your goals as a long-term cultural change, as I mentioned, and then have, stronger metrics, stronger framework on the metrics as well, actually, in that case. So the culture basic, so in short, the program should ideally look like this, or should be, the strategy should look like this. Get a buy-in first. That's the most important key for that business. And get the build, the program content build basically, whether you build it in-house, whether you buy it, do a mix of it, do various, be creative on this part of the program itself. Deliver it and measure it. These are the 4 key actually for the culture program in that respect. Key takeaways, last slide from me. So get a buy-in from the senior management, involve various teams to support you in this journey. Now, we've talked about the key teams. You want to have at least the HR and the comms team, marketing teams to be involved with this. and build a strategy, make it relevant. I can't stress enough, how much to make it relevant, because if it's not relevant to them, they don't really feel interested in that. Make it absolutely relevant for the people they work for. So build or buy, it depends on you, depends on the business. Make a mix of two if you want, and keep it updated. So it shouldn't be like once in a year. It should be more recurring. So maybe 3 months, once in 3 months, once in a quarter or something. Keep it updated with new things. So at least they have something to relate to actually in that respect, and what kind of things are happening out there. Track and measure again. So just some food for thought for the last session. Each individual in your business can actually either potentially contribute to improve or compromise your security of the business. It's up to you to decide. Make sure you make the best of it. There are some references over here. If you are probably new to the culture side of things, I would definitely recommend some of the good people who have been working in this particular area. Kai Royer is from probably somewhere from the Nordics, and Lance Spitzner. These two guys are very, very good, and they've got loads and loads of material on their websites. So I think Lance Spitzner's website is actually Securing the Human. He does a very, very good job, and he has a really good portfolio of different articles and sort of videos and stuff. If you want to follow him, there's many other things you can probably. There's also sort of a maturity model and stuff. There's frameworks for that. You can find all these links. I'm hoping that you will probably be given these slides by the organizers at some point. I'm hoping with that, or if not, then they can pull it from my LinkedIn profile or something. So that's my LinkedIn profile, and there's my Twitter. More than happy to connect with anyone, and if you've got any questions, I'm here to answer them now, or you can ask me later on whenever you feel like. Thank you so much for your time today. It's been a pleasure. Any questions, I'm more than happy to take now if you have.
No, any questions? Where are all the questioners? Okay,
Yeah,
sure,
sure.
of course.
Thank you. So yeah, I am actually doing those awareness sessions, and actually it's really difficult to get IT techies into the room, into the classroom, to come and attend and actually participate. Because they feel distant from, all the security stuff and the penalties the bank is paying. So, the bank is paying, so I'm doing my stuff, only what is within my, profile.
Yeah.
So what would be your, advice, for those technical people? Because I'm not a technical person. I'm more like a manager for, risk. And then how should we, find the dialogue, and what would be your recommendation?
I think that's quite tough. I agree with you. I agree with the situation. Actually, it's quite tough, really. The way it has worked for me was basically to get the support from their managers or their directors, get them to push through. So they have to buy in first before actually you can get the buy-in from the users themselves, really. Getting the commitment from the directors or the stakeholders who actually handle, like the CIO or whoever handles the IT teams, you need to have buy-in from them, that it is important. The way we went through we just mentioned it was mandatory for everyone. So this is how we started actually, basically the sessions, whether it be users or be IT, everybody has to go through. The only thing we did was we made a little bit tailored in that respect, was we didn't talk probably for 30 minutes, we talked probably for 20 minutes, 15 minutes with the IT rather than, because the problem is the IT always thinks that they know everything because they are, so close to technical, but the problems they have is they do practice a lot of bad behaviors at times. You may not notice, they may use keys which are same, maybe similar passwords and stuff. They do as well similar problems actually. And they have access to a lot more than probably normal users. And that's the risk there. So I probably recommend, getting to the key stakeholders, getting them to, buy in, make some tailored content just for them, make sure that this is how I would try and focus on that.
Yeah, and just a follow-up question then, how would you measure the maturity of, risk culture in the organizations, and what factors you would look at just to say it's bad or it's good or is somewhere in the middle?
I think for the metrics, you have to have at least 2 or 3 metrics defined from the start that you would be measuring on when you are near to the end of your program, or probably midway. So say most of the people actually go for one of the simplest metrics is the phishing and stuff. So if you used to probably have, like 500 people in the start clicking on things, maybe that has been reduced from 500 to probably even 100, or probably 150 or 200. That's a massive difference really you've achieved, and there's probably more likely it's because of the program you've been running really in that respect. So that's the key metric actually, I would say. There are probably other metrics, I'm sure there are, like social engineering scams and stuff, and there probably would be other metrics like malware infections and those kind of things. So I think every organization probably would have to select some different metrics pertaining to that particular organization, because every organization has different threats they handle. So depending on that, you would got to pick some few ones which are key for your business.
So, for example, if 10% of the people press the link in phishing attack, would you class that as a bad culture?
It depends how much is that 10%. If it's a massively causing problem for the business, then it probably is serious concern actually. Say, suppose that 10% is actually caused you at least around 5 or 10 incidents in a year, then that is quite serious actually. If you can reduce the number of incidents at the end of the year, then that is a measure you can count on actually, that even though we had probably 5 people actually clicked on it, but we had just 1 incident, maybe because they didn't do anything other than that really. So, or they reported immediately after that. So that probably caused contained your incident itself.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Any more questions?
Yeah.
From anybody? I have to think of one because that's sort of my profession, but the social and human engineering, I was sort of thinking, you showed that childhood picture of yourself, and there was another person in that, a sibling, a best friend, and were I up to something, I could probably sort of try to get out what that person's name was. And if this is something that has stuck with you all your life, it's a sibling, it's a cherished childhood friend, well, maybe it's part of a password you have, right? I mean, that's how it would work, wouldn't it?
Sorry, I didn't understand. The picture, you mean the start picture?
Yeah. I mean, if we were to continue down that, and I was to find out the name of this person, and to also to find out that it's a sibling or a cherished childhood friend, then that you are still somehow in your mind, and maybe it was something you would throw into your password, right?
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
especially if it's probably an unlikely South Asian name. It's not John or Harry.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be part of the way to.
Yeah. This is the thing, actually. I mean, when you talk about passwords and stuff, really, most people actually go for the easy passwords and stuff. Either using some people's names and stuff, which is the concern, really. So, as you said, I think, having some sort of a...
So, I could try Imran X87 or Ashad, or whatever. I'm just, coming up with these random Asian-sounding names, and there I am.
True.
I'm in your system.
True. That's true. So this is exactly the problem. So people don't really hack systems. I mean, they do hack, but they're not as much. I mean, we rarely hear that firewalls were breached. Most of the incidents we've seen is it started actually sort of some kind of people, someone clicked on something, they installed malware, and that's how they got the entry point. So
or for that matter, I mean, you could I mean, in a summer environment where people are wearing T-shirts, you could even look at the tattoos on somebody's shoulder.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
For the names or for the...
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely agree with you, yeah. Yeah.
And then, and these are not, I mean, this is nothing that can be stopped by the conventional technologically based
That's
systems,
right, yeah.
Right? I mean, you go into a public place where there are sneaky people with your 2nd Regiment U.S. 82nd Airborne that you tattooed there when you were drunk in a bar in Germany.
True.
And that could be a key to...
No, that's true, Absolutely true. Yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah, there's a question.
I'll give you the mic.
My question actually is a little bit about some kind of conspiration theory about we are talking about security and all those threats which actually is not lowering but growing in normal speed, yes, and it's not like we are seeing end of this fight without between good guys and bad guys, and the good guys who provide those security instruments and systems, and also this good culture, how we should act, what we should do, and so on and on. I just think that I truly believe that some of those who provide those systems are not working there in purpose, not completely build the system very safe, because otherwise this business could end. And also they probably work out those behaviors and culture, how should we act, and how do you think this risk from this perspective, if we all act like a robot for one particular system, isn't too, how to say, insecure?
I think when it comes to acting with systems, I mean, it probably, at least if the users are informed, like what kind of threats can affect them, if they behave in certain way, actually, that could probably compromise them really in that case. When you talk about systems are same available. So whatever vendors you work with, the same systems are actually available to those hackers as well, or the criminals as well. So they do easily and reverse engineer stuff, make the exploits available for them, which means you've got to ensure that your users are actually always informed about new kind of threats, and at least that they are practicing those kind of behaviors in that respect. So systems are not going to stop anyone from getting through. Basically, they will still get through if they want to. So this is why I feel having a culture, having changing behaviors is more important than just having too many systems. In fact, having too many systems, the more systems you have, the more attack surface you have in that respect. So you got to consider that as well in that case.
Any more questions? Okay, it's the end of the day, and it's the end of the conference session. I just want to thank all the speakers. There's a bag for you, unless it's the third bag of the day. And
probably it's the second bag for me for the day now, at least.
Which actually, I don't know what it contains. It contains some kind of a piece of...
I probably would give it to someone, actually.
There's a couple of after-party things.
I'll probably give it to someone.
I think you've been given a certificate of participation already earlier, perhaps.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
because I thought, I had screwed up a bit
some
there.
Some people who have asked me questions at least.
Yeah, the question people here, and the other gentleman back there. So thank you to everyone who could attend, and thank you to everyone out there in streaming land who has been watching and hopefully found this useful, and hopefully did not find my moderation too bizarre or... Okay, and see you all the next time that we have this event in Riga again, probably next year.
Thank you.